Alô, vamos lá. Acabar isso aqui.
Cê toma cuidado por essas bandas, dragãozinho. Tem mais fantasma aqui no estaleiro que minha picareta dá conta. É.
Oh, nossa. Demorei demais. Deixa eu mirar aqui, ó. Por... Vai deixar? Tom.
Acho que meu tesouro.
Prender a corda overrated. Pior que tô por fora que aconteceu. Tem aqui, tinha, beleza. Então, tem que processar esses profissionais aí, pô. Os caras tão... Os caras estão vendendo produto errado, pô. Estão vendendo suicídio no lugar de bang jump, aí é complicado. Caralho, mas esquecer a corda é foda. Pelo amor de Deus, velho. Não, provavelmente não tem, né? Provavelmente, né? A mulher não tem como, né? Só se ela voltar do além ali. Caralho, muito idiota, né, velho? Como que permite um negócio desse? O nível de profissionalismo dos caras é absurdo, né? Se fuder. Um pouquinho mais alto. É. doideira do caralho, velho. Ai, 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 ai.
Olha só.
Ray. Quantos ovos tem aqui? 6. Eu vou fazer um NAD através do ácido que é esse aqui. Vai lá. Ah, eu morri. Putz, pior que eu saí do jeito mais rápido possível também, né? Mas vambora. Vamos dar essa. Ah, aqui não tinha. Aqui. Sabia que tinha um lugar que eu não tinha visto. Shed. Wow, 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 wow. Look what we here. Quase cheguei de uma. Imaginei. Ah! Tá. Dá uma forma. Nossa, os bichos spawnando do nada. Deixa eu olhar pra cá se tem alguma coisa. Tem. Ah, aqui eu já tinha visto. Aqui é o começo, né? Ixi. Isso é uma bagunça. Tem muitos Charlie Browns. Ah, verdade, né? Se eu não libertar ele, eu não consigo fazer essa merda aqui. Tinha que ter feito antes de dar o ruim lá. Caralho, tem coisa pra porra pra pegar. Ah, pra vir por aqui também. Brincar de tirar o alvo aqui, né? Pegou. Nossa, tu não pegou esse aqui? Tá longe mesmo. Sei, pegou. Pegou. Tem só aqueles longe agora, né? Sei. Ah, eu quero sair mesmo. Opa. Aê.
Eu curtia mergulhar aqui na água. Tá bom.
Caralho. Não dá pra pegar? Não, tem que vir o bagulho pra pegar. Entendi. Travar. Aí ele lock e acerta. Deu ult. Tá ali, tá ali, tá ali. Vou dar uma olhada no cenário aqui. O saco céu do meu amigo. Escorre. Porque esse fica se escondendo, né? Vai ser aqui. Ó.
Minha nossa! Não queria te atrapalhar de novo, mas tem...
Cara, os caras jogar sem nada amarrado é literalmente praticar suicídio na pessoa, mano. Putaria pra caralho, tá ligado? É, velho. Ninguém, tá ligado? Ninguém prestou atenção, velho. É bizonho isso. Cara, por que ele atirou em outra direção, sendo que tava alocado? Tem umas coisas que literalmente nesse jogo não funcionam como elas deveriam, velho. Principalmente nesses minigame aqui. Ah, beleza, né? Tava colado, cara. Ah, chegou. Onde? Lá embaixo, né? Ele vai na grutina e vai ser pela outra. Perdi de vista. Não vai pegar. Tá longe demais. Caralho, como é que eu acompanho ele então? Se tivesse uma coisa que locasse ainda, né? Seria minimamente necessária. Ajudaria. Ter um locking. Tá, vai sair ali embaixo. Não? Eu jurava ter visto entrar. Onde que foi? Nem vi, só deu barulhinho. Nossa, pior que tava locado, hein? Tá, vou ter que ser rápido, então. Eu vou ter que locar e eu subir junto com ele. Aí. Meu Deus, quase não deu tempo. É muito grande esse corredor, velho. Pra olhar pelo tempo que eles dão. Eu vou dar múltiplas vezes. Aí, agora acabou. Bastante tesouro ainda de lugar. Eu acho que não é aqui não. Se fosse aqui, talvez eu teria encontrado. Bora lá. Meu Deus, olha, tomou hack no grupo do mestre.
Olá, achei que podia estar com fome.
Valeu! Trouxe algum salgadinho?
Desculpe isso ter acontecido, mas eu tentei te avisar.
Tive de ajudar o Spyro a resgatar os ovos.
Você não entende. Se os dragões não voltarem logo a esta terra, perderemos toda a nossa magia.
Os dragões moravam aqui?
Sim, esta era a sua terra original. Mas há muito, muito tempo, a feiticeira os baniu para um outro lado do mundo. Não percebeu que os dragões eram a fonte de toda a nossa magia.
Talvez eu possa convencer os dragões a voltar, se me deixar ir.
Me desculpa, não posso.
Vai ficar dessas pra trás, né? Que eu já fiz. Isso. Falta acho que só mais uma fase para poder vazar. Olha lá, falta uma. Falta perinha daqui. Fábrica de fogos.
novo, Spylo. Aquela feiticeira malvada louvou os planos do foguete do profeta.
Caralho. Nossa, peguei o míssil ali e cuspi pro outro lado, pera aí. Em algum lugar que se eu cuspir o míssil aqui dá bom. Noodles. Nossa senhora. Sai fora, irmão. Au! Errei. Nossa senhora, brilha, hein?
Acho que estou vendo um ovo atrás de você. Cuidado com a lava.
Ah, lá em cima, cara. Ai! Formei bem na hora, eu caí. Tá isso. Um saco. Ah, eu morri. Ah, foi de besteira. O outro ainda virou as costas pra mim. Esse aqui eu demorei pra conseguir.
Acho que estou... Queima a roupa! Parece que é feito...
Caralho. Tamanho do ovo.
Ei! Se você vira o rendo, fala pra ele que eu...
Aí. Tem que liberar o masqueco ainda, né? Masqueco é no último mundo.
usar esse fortalecedor de combo pra eliminar esses...
Ai, ai, ai. Pô. Dá pra tirar a distância. Tudo certo aí? Meu Deus. Quando você mostra o projeto, mostrar que ele vira ali, ele acerta ainda. Pelo menos pegar um checkpoint. É fácil ficar pertinho. Eles recuperam, né? Se demorar muito. Ó. Nossa, nem vi esse cara aqui atrás de mim. Olha lá, eles vão se recuperando.
Esse você começou ontem, né?
Ah,
Na parte de verão.
pô. Chato perseguir.
Esse dá uma desconto.
Não, mas é porque é chato mesmo, não é nem delay não. Eu sei quando o problema é o delay, quando o problema é tipo ontem. Ontem o delay me atrapalhou em um ponto. Mas quando é o jogo, eu também sei dizer que é o jogo também. Eu tô acostumado com o delay que eu sei dizer. Quando ele anda embora da terra, ele sai aqui. O problema é que eu não tava sabendo nem o cenário. Agora, pelo menos o cenário eu sei. Pra cá. Ele entrou de novo no mesmo ponto. Cadê o vermelho? Agora eu perdi de vista, total. Aquele aqui. Caralho, como é chato acertar ele nesse projétil, velho. O projétil viaja muito devagar. Se ele fosse um pouquinho mais rápido, você conseguia, tá? Como ele viaja muito devagar, é uma bosta. Tem que ficar spamando na chance de acertar. Olha lá, ainda acertei um só ainda. Aí ficar entrando debaixo da terra, cara. É chato. Tem que ficar colado com você pra acertar, senão não dá. Tem que ficar adiando trajetória, mano. Aí, ó. Amém. O azul foi. Quer dizer, o azul não, o vermelho. Agora é o azul. Aí ele vai lá. Tá, ele vai lá. Caralho, eu atrasei um pouquinho, né? Adiantei, né, na verdade. Depois que você pega um pouco a ordem, até que dá uma ajudada. Caralho. Esse do Attack on Titan eu não lembro da galera, né? Tá. Acho que eu entendi aqui. Porra nenhuma. Ah, sim. Eu olhei e falei, eu acho que eu deixei um pra trás. 2, no caso. Você diz do Fumetsu? Ah, está. Ah, não. Tá falando coisa, né? Mas só... Cara, não tem nenhum lag aqui, não. O Metal 2 e tal, eu ia falar, eu confundi. A dublagem, ela geralmente ela alcança dependendo da quantidade de obras também, né? Tem vezes que eles não estão dublando tanto. Eu acho que eles conseguem acompanhar mais de boa, né? Depende um pouco da quantidade de obra que eles estão dublando também, imagino. Toda temporada tem os estrelinha. Os dubladores tá tudo morrendo. Ah, mas não é como se a indústria não tivesse dublador, pô. Pode não ter qualidade nos dubladores, mas tem. Eita. Puta. Vambora. Vamos chegar a fazer o percurso daqui, né? Não. Sim, tá na era moderna. Você acabou a segunda? A terceira você vai achar menos interessante. A real é que todo mundo achou menos. Eu achei ela legal. Eu não ligo muito do jeito que ela fez a abordagem dela. Mas eu entendo que a galera não gostou muito dessa temporada. Mas achei legal. Ainda consegui curtir. Bora. Já fiz cagada, mas vambora. Mas esse aí fui eu mesmo, eu fui muito baixinho. Fui muito rente. É. Mas você já tem que ir logo na segunda, bis? Ou é outro dia que começa aí a reunião? Confraternização, né? Se pode chamar assim. Nossa, eu quase errei, velho. Ó. Hora da ursaiada no bar. Puta merda, eu sabia que ia dar ruim ali. Ah, é todo dia. Só que vocês não estão obrigados, né? Aí todo dia, no caso. Entendi. Cara, vamos fazer campeonatinho de FIFAs, pô. Caralho, esse é fácil, hein? Bizarro como esse é tão fácil. É, o clássico nem adianta se focar muito em derrapagem, não. O clássico quer dizer qual? Do Super Nintendo ou de 64? Porque clássico pode ter vários, dependendo da idade da pessoa. O que é Mario Kart clássico do Super Nintendo? O primeiro? O de Super Nintendo é pegar mais a manha das pistas. A derrapagem ali ajuda pouco até. Ah, não precisa ir ali não. Se eu fosse seria bom, mas eu não preciso obrigatoriamente ir ali. Ok. Desacelera um pouquinho aí, colega. Esquece se eu consigo ganhar de primeiro, senão vai ser uma cagada muito grande. Fogo no parque. Acertei no momento bom, meu Deus. Quase eu boto tudo a perder. Boa, garoto. Só manter. Manter e vai embora. Nossa, eu errei, velho. Parabéns. Não acredito numa porra dessa. Ah, mano. Aí eu pedi. Não, aí eu pedi. Porra, vai tomar no cu, tá certinho, velho. Ainda acertando o item, ainda consegui passar. Essa tava de boa pra ganhar. Eu errei 3 vezes na última volta. Eu tomar no cu. Eu não posso ficar confortável mesmo, não, né? Eu tenho que jogar estressado, que senão eu relaxo pra ficar cagado. Não pode jogar confortável. Tomar no cu, velho. Tava ganha essa. Perdi de pura burrice. Saí muito fora. Vai pensar que já era pra eu ter passado isso aqui, velho. Senhora! De novo, velho. Parece que tem vício batendo aquela merda ali. Vai se fuder. Ah, é Hunter? Então não adianta. Tem que salvar o Hunter primeiro. Ele nem vai estar aqui. Bom. Cara, eu acredito que vão manter a fórmula do que já tinham acertado aqui, mas sim, tem espaço para coisa nova, sim. Eu acredito que pode ser que venha coisa nova. Mas como o Spyro ele é mais simplório, eu acho que ele vai ser bem mais tranquilinho assim no que eles for tentar trazer de novidade, tá ligado? Bom.
Já chega! Agora me cansei! Vou criar um monstro de pôr medo em todos os monstros! E vou enviá-lo para destruir todos os dragões! Até os filhotinhos! Isso! Isso! Ele vai esmagar todos e vai destruí-los e moê-los e rasgá-los! Isso! Pegá-los e achatá-los e quebrá-los e dobrá-los!
Me tira daqui, seu...
Mas, isso não vai matá-los?
Isso não importa! Contanto que eu consiga coletar suas asas!
O quê? Esse tempo todo você só os queria por causa das asas?
Mas é claro, garota ignorante! Preciso delas para um feitiço para viver para sempre!
Espera aí, um feitiço?
O que achou que eu ia fazer com todos esses dragões? Abrir um zoológico?
Se eu tivesse minha arma, você estaria dizendo outras coisas. Se é que me entende.
Você disse que mantê-los em nossa terra já bastava. Nunca disse que tinha que matá-los.
Eu não tenho que matá-los. Só quero que parem de se mexer tanto.
Você é terrível. Não acredito que eu dei ouvidos a você.
Estúpida pivete insolente. Vou cuidar dela assim que eu acabar com esse dragão. Agora, onde estava? Ah, sim.
A situação vai ficar feia.
Esse pode ser nosso último confronto, Spyro. A feiticeira planeja usar...
Tomei. Calma aí, filho da puta. Tô matando os amigos aqui. Joga mais um. Valeu. Mais um. Ah, é, agora é as bombinhas. Agora tem uma revolva. Revolva ali. Vai, revolva. Ô bosta. Pior que eu tava correndo, hein, Júlio, mas tudo bem. Não, não quero isso não, eu quero a revolva. Revolva é melhor. Ah, tá galinha. Aí. Ainda comer ainda. Nossa, o gordinho? Tá gordo. Vai lá, baiacu. Vai pra lá. Sai! Baiacu de merda. Aí, olha aí. Acabou. James. Último mundo.
Oi, Bianca. Trouxe alguma comida pra mim? Estou faminto.
Não há tempo para isso, caçador. Temos que impedir a feiticeira. Ela vai matar todos os filhotes de dragões.
Espera um pouquinho. Por que eu confiaria em você? Isso pode ser cilada.
Você está preso, seu felpudo bobo. Como seria cilada se estou deixando você sair?
Eu não sei. Feiticeiras podem ser trapaceiras.
Eu nunca pensei que iríamos machucar os dragões. Vamos, não temos tempo para isso.
Bora.
Sei que não confia em mim, mas quero te ajudar a deter a feiticeira. Há um modo de abrir um portal oculto para o covil dela, mas precisamos de magia muito forte. Se achar mais ovos de dragão, acho que minha magia será forte o bastante para abrir o portal. Virei falar com você quando tiver ovos suficientes, certo?
117. Cara, eu tenho uma memória muito vívida desse mundo, porque foi o mundo que eu mais vi a cor, porque no Play 1 o jogo tinha um bagulho anti-pirataria, que a bruxa, essa feiticeira, como boss final, a magia dela fazia você voltar pro início do jogo sem nada. Você literalmente não morria. Você tomava a magia dela, do nada escrevia um loading e você voltava pro começo do jogo de novo. Como se não tivesse feito nada. Não dava pra zerar no Play 1, piratão, tá ligado? Era uma desgraça. Não tinha conseguido achar um CD que tinham conseguido lidar com isso daí. Aí eu desisti de zerar no Play 1. Eu fui zerar em emulador muito tempo depois. E no remake também, né? Marquei.
Tô livre! Valeu, Spiral. Então, já viu um urso dançar?
Não?
Bem, é seu dia de sorte. Veja só isso. Dançarina, não é? Mas não tem resistência? Que pena, eu tinha muito mais munição. Enfim, ouvi falar de sua luta contra a feiticeira e seus exércitos e as surras que você deu. Eu só queria dizer, yupi! Queria poder ficar, mas minha terra foi dominada por Rhinox desde que fui capturado. Se encontrar a feiticeira por aí, diga que eu vou ensinar ela a dançar muito em breve. Entendeu o recado?
Pode crer.
Até!
Ligar no 220, vambora. Ah, não, é 100. Serão que é 100? Eu lembrava de 617. Por alguma razão. Se for 100 mesmo, tá mais fácil. Só preciso de 3 daqui. Vou precisar fazer nesse mundo. Dá pra zerar sem fazer nada nesse mundo. Vai me devolver esse ovo aí que você roubou mesmo, hein? É 62%. Eu até que tô comprando bastante coisinha também. Você vai jogar Crash hoje? O Crash eu já zerei. Tanto que agora eu tô nos Spyro por causa disso mesmo. Eu terminei o Crash 4 já. Foi quarta ou terça? Acho que foi terça. Acho que foi terça. Ai, 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 ai. Eu deixo as lives salvas aí no canal se quiser dar uma olhada offline. Sei que normalmente live não tem muita graça de se ver offline, mas caso queira ver, tem salvo aí no canal, tranquilo. Hein, perfeito. Eu já não precisaria de mais. Ué, passei reto. Doideira. Acho que não precisava ter pulado ali, né? Eu achei que pulando dá. Tranquilo. É, lá não precisava ter pulado. É, era 100 mesmo.
Você conseguiu, Spyro! Encontrou ovos de dragão suficientes para eu desbloquear o portal. Após aberto, você pode confrontar a feiticeira quando estiver pronto. Mas...
Tranquilo, filha, vamos zerar. Engraçado, né? Que dá pra pular o mundo inteiro, basicamente. Isso que ficou alguns eggs pra trás, mas ficou por causa da ordem. Falei, se pegar tudo ali nos 3 primeiros mundos, você não precisa fazer esse último. Você pode ir direto. Esse ficou 2 aqui, né? Sem achar. Deixa eu pulsar um pouquinho pra ver se eu já acho eles. Realmente dava pra ter zerado ontem se eu puxasse mais uma horinha aqui. Já tava cansado já. Tava pra ter zerado ontem. Aí. Buddy. Ah, aqui é só 5. Caralho, ficou 5 pra trás. Tá em algum lugar. Ó, o side que eu acho. Algum cantinho que eu esqueci de olhar. Peguei tudo, né? Peguei. Peguei tudo. Olha lá. 100%. 149, 15 mil. Que é tudo que o jogo tem, né? $15.000 gens. Pior que eu comprei as paradas tudo do coisa e ainda sobrou gen pra caralho. Eu gastei 6.200. 6.200 pra comprar os power-up. Tudo bem que provavelmente nas fases eu gastaria um pouquinho mais. Aqui. Bora zerar.
Hora de dar uma surra na feiticeira!
Bora. Ô bosta, eu vi a ovelha ali em cima, fiquei mostrando. Aí. Ô safado. Branquinho. Morda. Ah, vai lá, deixa chover um pouquinho. Tentou. Oh! Eu tava correndo no jogo, mas tudo bem. Pera aí. Faz também esse dano. Bora. Infelizmente é uma vez só. Aí a luta demora pra caralho. Bora. Essas bolinhas de raio que ela manda, a bolinha de raio pelo menos, lembra os ataques do Cortex. Do Crash. Dá uma lembrada dos ataques do Cortex. Nossa. Esse aqui é pior ainda pra acertar, amigo. Meu amigo, esse é pior. Que ele dirige igual o tanque, velho. Esses que tem comando tanque é o pior de guiar. Ali onde está. Olha lá, olha isso. Horroroso. Aí. Vambora. Ali, caiu ali. Beleza. Sai. Vamos. Nossa, pegou ainda no meu pulo. Toma aí, gordaço. Fica longe, não. Faz isso também. Ah, beleza, quero lá. Vamos. Cadê? Eu vi o barão estourando. Tá ali. Morreu? Só demora mesmo. Jorge, último egg.
Acabou de derrotar a feiticeira, resgatar os ovos de dragão e restaurar a liberdade às terras perdidas dos dragões. Quais seus planos para o futuro, hein? Talvez férias no litoral do dragão, é?
Você é muito engraçadinho às vezes, Bentley. Sabe, ainda tenho que encontrar o resto dos ovos de dragão. Além disso, o caçador parece ter desaparecido de novo, então vou garantir que ele não esteja encrencado. Você não viu por aí, viu?
Hã? Eu? Ah, não. Se
Não.
eu encontrar por aí, no entanto, pode deixar que informarei você de imediato.
É engraçado, Spyro. Ajustei os portais de Avalar para me levarem à Terra dos Dragões, mas de algum modo acabei aqui. Talvez as coordenadas estejam desatualizadas.
Só por 1000 anos.
Isso explica porque o livro foi tão barato.
Bom, agora que terminou de salvar o mundo de novo, você vai me visitar em Avalar?
Claro, Elora. Mas ainda tenho que achar o resto dos ovos. E bom, caçador desapareceu de novo.
Você falou caçador? Bom, olha, eu posso ajudar. Eu vi saindo com...
Agente 9 não é um Rhinoc ali nos arbustos?
Rhinoc! Vou acabar com ele. Vai encarar, Rhinoc feioso. Toma laser, vadio.
Vadio.
Não se esconda.
Sei que caçador está em boas mãos. Quero dizer Eu sei que ele aparecerá logo.
Prometa que vai visitar a Avalar em breve, pode ser? Ora, quantas vezes eu te disse para não mexer com este alce?
Foi ideia do Billy. Isso.
Isso é verdade, Billy? Espere um pouco, Billy. Spyro, que bom te ver.
Oi, Sheila. Estive procurando o caçador o dia todo. Você viu ele?
Desculpe, Spyro. Caçador me fez prometer não contar para onde eles foram.
Eles?
Eu nunca te contei nenhum detalhe.
Imagine.
Não.
O periquito.
Que visão triste, Sparks. Outro nobre guerreiro cai vítima da praga do amor. Desvie o olhar. Bem, acho que nós temos que encontrar o resto dos ovos nós mesmos.
Vamos, Spyro, tire uma folguinha. Vamos olhar o show.
E acabou. Daqui em diante finge que não existe, que é esse cara. O resto dos disparos faz que nem Crash, reseta. Vai pro 4. Tá animado, hein? Tô ouvindo ela daqui. Acho muito engraçado e-mail. Seu produto parou na alfândega. Seria muito bom se eu comprasse alguma coisa de fora, né? Eu não faço. O cara tenta. Seu iPhone foi hackeado. Seria muito da hora se eu não tivesse um J7 de 10 anos atrás. É meu J7, sim, confia. J7 não, é meu iPhone. Confia. 66, esse aqui depois de zerar. Pior que esse eu acho que eu quiseram na porcentagem mais baixa, né? Zerar. É, eles eram mais baixo que o 1 ainda. Um 0,69, que eu fiz o mínimo do mínimo pra zerar, né? O 2 era em 74 e eles eram em 66. Ah, fui pra comida. Pra comida ela tem, né? Deletar. Ó o croc aqui. Vou pegar pra zerar ele uma vez também. Pack das plataformas, fui zerando tudo. O Pac-Man, quando a Bandai deu, eu zerei de uma vez, né? Preciso jogar isso aqui. Vou jogar esse. Astrobot. Sempre R, tiro que R, né? Incrível. Não, 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 não. Não. Claro que o Spyro seria legal. Anos ser um Spyro novo mesmo, né? Sem ser essa trilogia que remasterizaram barra remake. O layout tá no tamanho certo, né? Esperar o áudio.
So clutch. I think that card alone won James this game, reducing that prize card count from 2 to 1 for the EX knockout. That completely changed things around, and then the very clutch Qian Pao turn, removing the liability of the Mega Kangaskhan. I don't know if there was anything Justin could have done differently. He attacked the hand, he disrupted, he flipped a lot of heads, but he just wasn't able to overcome that price deficit that James put him in with that peril. So we'll have to see if Justin is able to more aggressively play around that, perhaps.
Yeah, Lily's Pearl is a card that we haven't seen yet on our feature match, but it made such an impact. Let's jump.
Nossa, começou de miau. Puta que pariu. Puta que o paralho. 3 energia psíquica prizada. Coisa boa de viver aquele RNG, só que não. Cara, me irrita essa aqui agora. Não consegui mais ficar tão. Pezinho dela ficar baixo. Aí, agora eu consegui descer um pouco. Tava muito alto. Agora tá melhor.
But just only able to get the one Dreeby on the board here before passing over to James. And now just kind of setting up himself with that Wellspring Ogerpon EX with a energy. Looks like we're just going to slow the game down and sob that poor Meowth that started for Justin.
Oh, if you're not going to have a great start as James, you better sob, because it traps that Meowth right in the active spot, slowing Justin's play down. Now, Justin playing Dragapult doesn't really mind this too much, I would say. He needs time to set these Dracloak and Dragapult up regardless. It's a shame Justin won't be able to slow James down in return with something like a Badoo, but for now, Justin's just going to continue to establish this board and get strength to strength, using as many Dracloak as possible. Already establishing one, hopefully Lily's will provide more.
Yeah, the unfortunate aspect for Justin is that he can't really set the tone of being aggressive in this matchup now because of that Meowth start. That sub block is something that's just going to constantly be used, or can constantly be used, and then that allows James to really set the pace.
Yeah, it puts James in control of this match really early on by sobbing 20 damage, but actually Meowth is unable to retreat. Here we go, crushing hammer time from James. Oh, I think it was a failure, which is such a shame because it could have really helped Justin to jump back into this match early on.
Sure, Buddy Buddy Poffin being played now. Dunsparce hitting the field. We've already spoken about how a lot of our Dragon Ball players are incorporating this additional 1-1 tech for additional draw power. Also kind of provides a semi-pivot option as well when you're using and utilizing runaway draw to not only see cards, but then to maneuver into the right attackers at the same time. Here comes Recon Directive. Just going to look for more pieces to set up. I think Justin really needs to stabilize. As we mentioned, he needs multiple Dragon Ball EX attackers, especially when you know very EX is not far away from your opponent's side of the board.
No, indeed, Justin is in a tricky spot no matter what, and so chooses to establish a fire energy on Meowth, eventually maybe being able to use Tuck Tail to get out of the situation of being stuck behind Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX from James.
And James's hand's not looking too pretty, I don't think. So it is just an instant attach and then straight into a sob once again. So maybe giving Justin a chance here, but again, we're still having to stare down at a Wellspring Ogerpon EX, which can, at some stage, if we find the water energy, be able to torrential pump and could take 2 small knockouts.
Now, this is an interesting decision for Justin. Are both energy going on Meowth or not? They are! Looks like we're going to see Meowth EX use Tuck Tail to shuffle itself and all attached cards back into Justin's deck, circumventing that sob from Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX entirely. Meowth being a very sneaky cat Pokemon, jumping back into the deck very soon. But first, Justin, of course, needs to continue to make his board as strong as possible, get as many Dracloak as we can, and then he will be in a much better position on his next turn.
Oh, it's ever so scary, though. If you do tuck tail and have to promote one of those Dracloaks, it will go into the hand.
Apologies, yes, hand, not deck. We've had many that go back into deck, but Meowth will go back into hand.
Will allow you to use Last Ditch Catch again, because you can play it down and search your deck for a support card. But if it goes back into the hand, we then do have a Dracloak go into the active spot. And that could be going down quite easily, like I said, to a Torrential Pump. You're then offering up almost a Pokemon to potentially get knocked out. And that's where Justin has to make that decision. If we can stop that, though, with a Crushing Hammer.
Not right now, sadly, but another Recon Directive might be a saving grace.
Yeah, it looks like we found another Pokepad. Let's get another Dracloak out. We've got the whole family out here now.
Justin definitely being a Dragon-type master with that board right now. Of course, another Recon Directive should be advantageous, not just...
Podia pegar logo pra beliscar, né, velho? Não gostei, né?
Double check, maybe Dreepy did just come down this turn, so maybe can't evolve up that final Dreepy, at least for the moment. But then this is the decision. Do we tuck tail now and offer up a single prize Pokemon? Or do we just allow James to solve one more time?
Yeah, that is an important decision for Justin, whether tuck tail is the play now. Meowth would jump back into his hand with all that energy, and he'd be able to reattach it later to his own merit.
Just having a quick discussion with the judges just to make sure, again, we're keeping as as clean on the table as possible. And I think we're just kind of making sure that they were all there and available.
Yeah, looking at all of those Dracloak, making sure they were all able to evolve and use their Recon Directive this turn as well.
I think both our players are discussing and talking it through at the moment, so we'll get confirmation exactly what's they're confirming at the moment. Otherwise, this current board state is still this kind of interesting scenario where tuck tail is the decision or not. Here it is. It is a tuck tail for 60 damage onto the Wellspring Ogerpon EX right now.
O cara conseguiu, por causa do Crispin, bater com o Meow e subir ele pra mão. Não é o ideal? Não é o ideal. Mas melhor do que ter esse Meow que dá 2 prizes pro Kabuto, né?
No, maybe not. I mean, it's instantly a sob, 20 damage straight onto the Dunsparce, Amy.
Yeah, just another sob from James, and a not fun position to be in. Justin will be able to get rid of that damage if he chooses and manages to find that Dunsparce. Of course, Crispin comes down again, grabbing 2 further energy out of the deck. I imagine we're going to see those go onto a Dracloak, but for now, Justin opts just the one, and it's time to do some Recon Directive to just siphon down that deck. A Crushing Hammer, and it's a success.
Removing
Which
energy
of the 2
from play.
energy?
Well, one can't be grabbed back out of the discard pile, so targets the special energy there. Second Recon Directive finds Pokepad and a Dragapult. I think there's already a Dragapult in hand, so Pokepad's the choice for Justin here.
Pokepad played straight down, and of course, Dunsparce comes into play. Now, Justin's going to have that extra maneuverability, not only of moving this Pokemon out of the active, regardless of its sobbed status.
Third Recon Directive finds the boss's orders here as well. Could be one way to just apply a lot of pressure. Knowing your opponent's not drawing many cards can deal a lot of damage, for example, to that Latias EX.
For Recon Directive, you can't get much more consistent than that. Justin, of course, going ahead and attaching a further Psychic Energy to another Dracloak. The previous one was attached.
Oh, there we go.
And he's scooping it up. James admitting defeat, and Justin...
É difícil, com 4 Dracloak feitos. Meio difícil, né? 4 Dracloak feitos, quase atacando já.
Just because James wasn't able
Dano
to
no
really
Gerpon, né? Então o Dragapult já levaria.
Sob was going to be able
Foda.
to give him enough time to do so, but Justin was
Correu pra caralho.
pretty strong board, multiple attackers, and then that pass was
Ali
like,
fica
it was
difícil,
broken.
né?
I would be sobbing after that.
Isso que o cara começou de Bial, hein? Isso que o cara começou de Bial.
So heavily against Dragapult to be pushed into a situation where James was unable to do much and have much agency over his actions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those we're going to keep an eye on. James, I'm sure, wanting to get as much time as possible as we get a chance to have a little glimpse of exactly what went down with our resident experts. Pablo, break it down for me.
I mean, we didn't see too much happening in this
Black
match,
Fairy
but
Box.
this quick scoop by James. This shows that
Qual que é a diferença entre isso com a versão do Gerpon Alicerce? Alicerce não, com a versão do Gerpon que compra lá no...
complex and thorough against game 3 against a very tough opponent, right?
Tem diferenças, né? Mas é tudo box pra mim, tudo Black Fairy Box, basicamente.
Second place at the World Championships has been very dominant, and he's trying to add to that accolade here. But James knows he has an advantage. Lily's Clefairy just so strong against Dragapult. So I love this scoop, and not trying to sob his way into a 1-0 victory to try to close this one out, but rather I want enough time to win and take all 6 prizes in this match.
Yeah, surely he can't draw like that once again, could he, Pablo? So let's see if we get a much better game here as we're about to head shortly into our game 3 of our Swiss round 13. Both our players in fantastic spots. Remember, James currently 11-1. The only loss was against a Crussel. And Justin currently undefeated here in this tournament at the North American International Championships.
Down in New Orleans, here we are, Justin versus James, the powerhouses themselves. They've got their prize cards down, their active Pokemon are ready to rumble, and we're gonna jump straight into the action for game 3. Who will come out on top?
Just over 15 minutes to find a victor and push themselves into a pretty strong spot. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it was just an energy attachment to the
Energia no
pass over.
Wellspring pass.
That's not what you want to see.
It's a similar story to game 2, unfortunately. How are our prize cards looking, Alex?
Yeah, nothing too shabby on either side right now. Badu could have been quite nice to try and maybe slow the game down, but you want to prioritize setting up that board. Anyway, 1-1 Dreepy Dracloak line could slow things a little bit down, but we have access to 3-3, so yeah, not too bad. This just depends on what the hand is saying. Looks like an Ultra Ball's being eyed up.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, that hand is at least currently saying you can have another Dreepy if you'd like, Justin. Or maybe a Badu.
Yeah, one of
Não, pra Lily.
What we don't want to see is, especially with James just attaching to the active Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX, he's only a Crispin away from having Torrential Pump live. I guess obviously still wants to set up the board as well, so would we see a Crispin on the turn if we don't see another Pokemon? Well, if we're taking down just the lone Dreepy that currently is sitting on Justin's side of the board.
Ah, eu sei, eu achei que era a Scarlet já.
Super scary for Justin.
Já tava olhando a Scarlet, eu sei.
Justin needs Crushing Hammer to hit heads or lots more Dreepy, and that's one of the things Justin's gonna get as 2 Buddy Poffin enter the hand thanks to Lily's determination.
Yeah, we're at least trying to go wide. We haven't hit the Crushing Hammers, I don't think. And I saw a little shake of the head there by James, but I mean,
Que foi isso aí,
just attach energy and pass. It's just so scary. But we're only gonna be staring at a board of Dunsparce.
Traduzir o quê? Ah, a coisa do personagem. Caralho, mas é tão pequeno assim? Oh, então não pensaram muito bem, não. Tudo bem que a TV minha não é gigante, mas rolou. Até porque quem joga no modo portátil tem que aproximar muito perto da cara pra ler.
You're going to slow the game down a lot. You're going to take 2 prizes. But James would then be left with just a Wellspring Ogerpon EX with no energies attached to it if we choose to use the secondary.
Bom, ele vai conseguir matar 2.
Time catcher comes into play. James is going
Lefper na mesa. Área 0. Devolve tudo pro dar baralho.
James using using Torrential Pump to take 2 Dreepy off the board. Justin left with 1 singular Dreepy and a Dunsparce that cannot currently do much. Oh, sorry, my bad. It was an Area 0 underdepths. I am a silly egg. There we go. Justin now moving forth with a Cloak and an attach for turn. So we definitely aren't running any rare candy. Can't accelerate play in that way.
Yep, so James might feel a little bit safer.
A Firebox agora só na frente, legal mesmo.
Won't be coming down this turn.
Cara, essa instalada nesse estabilizador tá me...
In the prizes, so won't have access to that either.
Ah, caiu a TV?
Now, the Dunsparce live
Então isso pode ser lá do... Pera aí.
Playing Lily's Determination.
Lily's Clefairy EX now finally on the bench just to make sure that James has a little bit of power just behind him on the back lines. Justin really needs to slow things down now. Would something like a Budu even help in this situation?
Yes,
oh, it's in the prize cards. You're quite right, Alex. I forgot.
No, absolutely. But maybe he can try and look for his own pink ace spec of choice as well. Maybe really try and slow the game down with a unfair stamp. Well, that's definitely not it from those Lily Determination 8 cards for the time being. Recon Directive further 2.
One more chance. That's double Dragapult, but we can't evolve this turn.
We're ready for the next turn, I guess. We do have Night Stretcher, so can try and get the board ready for more Dreepies. So Justin now decides to play that just to kind of go back and grab that Dreepy out of the discard pile.
Dreepy is certainly what Justin's going to need, and James does sit on the board with no energy currently. Risky Ruins joins Justin's array.
And it comes down to maybe what James has been able to pull from those prizes. Of course, we're very lucky in seeing that there's a Dusk Ball being played now. Bottom 7. Finds a Meowth EX and Mega Kangaskhan, so has a choice between the 2 colorless Pokemon. There is the Mega Kangaskhan. There also is the telepathic.
Desligou a TV de novo?
Allowing James to pull out.
Engraçado é que ele tá desligando coisa.
Importantly so, that Latias EX.
My concern here, Alex, is I'm having a flashback to game 1. Damage counters can be really important in this matchup, right? And isn't there damage counters on quite a few Pokemon right now?
Now within range, Run Aaron does draw into a Lily's Pearl, which also was so important in that game 1, Amy. Now Lily's Clefairy EX powered up or semi-powered up. Also, you know, just protected a little bit from that Pearl.
It's just a pass across to Justin, who now has this opportunity, this window, to finally establish a Dragapult. However, without Dracloak on the board, it really limits his ability to continue this game. So it's time now for Justin to really start to make his hand a lot nicer looking than it currently is. Crushing Hammer time first.
No, looks like a Tails, otherwise there would have been a motion towards that Lily's Clefairy EX. There was an interesting choice between the boss's orders and that Crushing Hammer there for Justin, because that could have been a way to try and maybe just target down the Lily's Clefairy EX. But for the moment, prioritizing that stabilization first, as we do also get the runaway draw. So see you later, the Dunsparce, at least for now.
Dunsparce loves running right back into that deck to be used later. Justin, of course, got to draw 3 cards off the top of the deck before shuffling the Dunsparce in. Ooh, okay, a spec here. Another Buddy Poffin. Justin is, I imagine, very delighted to see that. So the re-established Dunsparce, although it does get hit by the Risky Ruin.
Yeah, remember, no more access to further Dreepies. 1 Dreepy currently being prized, the other sitting in the discard pile. 1 was rescued with that Night Stretcher not too long ago. Now, it's just that decision of what do we do, because we're still staring at that Lily's Clefairy EX waiting. Justin having to make that choice, playing the Crispin. This is the route he's decided to go down here.
Just eyeing up the hand before he makes a solid decision on which 2 energy types Justin is going to take from the deck right now using the effect of Crispin. One of these energy will be attached to a Pokemon due to the effect of Crispin, and the other will go into Justin's hand. Of course, straight away, he's established that Dracloak needs an extra energy, so fire type it is. And Dracloak, I imagine, might see an evolution very soon in its future.
Yeah, the Night Stretcher, second Night Stretcher being now used by Justin for a Dracloak there on the bench. We will need that as a future attacker as well. Ooh, Crushing Hammer as a choice. If he hit heads here, we can try and slow down that Lily's Clefairy EX, maybe prevent it from attacking.
Crushing Hammer's going to have to go again because that one went off the board. The Tails really not having too much success with those Crushing Hammers is Justin attaching that second energy to a Dracloak. And it's Dragapult time, Alex!
Yeah, firing off on all cylinders here. 200 damage to the active Mega Kangaskhan EX. Really applying a lot of pressure onto that free prizer Mega Pokemon. And now it's all about these damage counters. Trying to set up a massive multi-prize turn. Looks like just maybe targeting all 6 on that Lily's Clefairy that doesn't have the Pearl on it. Area 0 Underdepths come now. Instantly bouncing that Risky Ruins. Energy attachment, Amy. We're looking pretty scary here.
James knows the stakes, and they are not only high, but the win is in his grasp as James goes towards
Vai pegar Crispin?
for Serrano, gathering those extra Pokemon. Thanks to the effect of Area 0 Underdepth, he will be able to play a plethora.
Já vai deixar toda a galera pronta pra só arregaçar na volta, né?
Of that Chempow once again coming down on
Ele vai preparar outra Clefairy e é isso. Tá bem na vantagem pra ele, pô. Compra 2 do Kangaskhan, compra 3 do Fezan. Trocou. Ah não, não compra não, ele não matou ninguém, né? Boa, Chempal pra arrumar mesa. Morte. Agora fudeu. Até uma boss mata por causa do miau na mesa agora. Até uma boss mata. Tudo bem que ali aí vai faltar um dano, né? Vamos colocar assim. Já tá muito fodido, velho. Ele pode correr atrás de um Dragapult e matar a Clefairy, mas não adianta muito.
Justin only has the lone Dragapult EX, or Dracloak and lone Dragapult EX left.
James has done an absolutely masterful job of denying Justin prize cards at this stage.
So we'll keep following along, of course. We get the Dracloak Recon Directive here first. Are there cards that are useful enough here? Maybe was that a special red card? We'll have a look. Yeah, that was the choice there from the Recon Directive. We now get the Night Stretcher for the Psychic Energy, so we get the attachment going as well.
Here comes Dragapult.
Vai dar red card? A carimba é bem melhor que o red card.
James done an excellent job on his side of the board, though, of protecting
Tava com red com carimbo, né?
this incoming unfair stamp. He knew it was coming, and Justin did indeed manage to pull it off.
Yeah, Pheasantipity waiting in the wings. If that Lily's Clefairy EX goes down, and it looks very, very likely here on this turn. So both players shuffling up. Unfair stamp your opponent. Since your opponent did take a prize on your last on his last turn, or his or her last turn, they draw 2, you draw 5.
Dunsparce once again running away into the deck. Although it's no coward, it just does that. Dunsparce loves to dig, and dig it does into the deck, drawing just in 3 fresh cards.
And also 3 minutes remaining as well for 2 prizes to be taken. And also, just by having the 1 bench Pokemon, Lily's Clefairy is actually, without something like the Area 0 Underdepths and amongst other things, that knockout there, taking 1 prize means it's very, very difficult to get this retaliation KO just from 3 cards, plus the flip the script.
I think we might have it. We've got Crispin. We need 1 more energy. If because James could use the Latias here. If he manages to get another energy attached via a Wondrous Patch, this could be it.
Would need the stadium as well to be able to get to the 7 Pokemon on the base. So here comes the gusting of the Meowth.
We've seen this before.
Let's slow the game down enough where I can just sub-lock you. There's not typically many switch outs, if any, in a Dragapult deck. And this just means that we can slow the game down to a point where at one stage I'll be able to eventually take this knockout. But here's a Crushing Hammer to stop that in its tracks first.
Here we are. Will it change? Oh, it might change things up quite a bit as we succeed in knocking that energy away from the clutches of Wellspring Ogerpon EX.
Yeah, there's Pokeball being played. There's not many options remaining. It's just that 1-1 line, it looks like. So Justin's going to have to keep battling on with just this Dragapult EX and that Meowth for the moment. Needs to stop that sub-lock from happening. Ultra Ball being played now as well. Again, not giving too many outs for James to be able to do too much energy attachment to the Meowth.
Justin's not got much, unfortunately, that he can do at this time other than slowly attach energy to Meowth as quickly as possible, which feels like a bit of an oxymoron, but it really is a case of needing to jump back in to the action and not allow James to have the time that he's attempting to stall for.
So here we go. What more can be done from Justin's side of the board? We've got the energy attachment, Pokeball being played now, Dunsparce being maneuvered to the hand. James is only 2 prize cards remaining away from taking this Swiss round 13. He just needs to knock out that Meowth. And it's possible. Is it possible?
From Justin, here we go. There's the Crispin, and it's all over as we can attach to these Pokemon. Go ahead and get ahead. Justin now just drawing into a next card, but it's not really going to help. Meowth is really on the edge now, not being able to move once again. If there's enough energy in deck, maybe Justin can tuck tail, but I don't think there is.
Just the 1 in deck, and that's the energy attachment. And time has now been reached. We are into overtime, with time being called here. Justin will be our turn 0. And how it works is there's 3 additional turns. So James will take his first turn, turn 1. It goes back to Justin for turn 2, and James will have the final turn of this game. And if we don't have a complete winner, it does mean that we get stuck here, and it will be a tie. But James has these 2 turns to try and maybe knock out this Meowth.
Ultra Ball. Meowth.
Crispin.
Crispin, that's it! It's game 2, James using full Moon Rondo to full effect.
Nenhuma novidade do que tava ali.
Clutching a huge win against the one and only
Difícil pra virar.
And that's it, James.
Ela tentou.
2 matches across today and yesterday, and 2 victories. Yet another victory over Dragapult. This is the matchup he was targeting by playing this deck, and he's now gone what feels like a 7-0 against Dragapults across this weekend thus far.
Eon Blade bringing it home. I finally got to see it. My wish came true. And Latias was used to take those final prize cards. Although not super effective into Meowth, plenty of damage dished out right there. And I imagine both players are feeling okay about that, to be honest, because they're both in fantastic placements going forward in this event.
Yeah, and we get a
É, mesmo o cara perdendo ali, ele ainda passa. Tem uma boa colocação, ele vai ficar 10-1-2. 10-1-2, acho que ele sobe ainda. Tá top, ou pelo menos pro assimétrico, né? O assimétrico deve dar.
There were opportunities that Justin tried to build for himself with those damage placements, but the Chien-Pao combo eventually was able to just not effectively heal up, but remove the liability from play, keeping the Pheasant Dippies around the board state as well if anything did get knocked out. There was, for example, the damage counters on that Mega Kangaskhan, but Shenpao removed it from play, and then Lily's Clefairy just continued to just clean up.
And clean up. Lily's Clefairy certainly did. Getting down to this really sticky situation, down to the wire. James only needed to take that final prize card, and that he did. Justin caught up, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, game 2 wasn't much of a spectacle. I mean, Justin was able to scarily pass his way to force James to concede that very quickly. But then we went into this game 3, and it looked a bit dicey for James initially with just that energy attachment to begin with. But Crispin Prime Catcher meant he was able to accelerate to 2 prizes very, very quickly. And once we got going, we got Lily's Clefairy EX live. We got Mega Kangaskhan EX with a Run Aaron live. And then James, through all of those little plays there, finally getting all of those energies that he required, was able to take down that final Meowth EX for the final 2 prizes.
Absolutely phenomenal plays from both of them there. I didn't expect Wellspring Overcapod to sob quite so much, but locking that Meowth in the active spot was such a key component of the route to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like those kind of retreat lock attacks right now are a little bit underrated, or sort of under the radar, and people don't often have to keep, you know, considering it when your opponent has those types of attacks, especially when you're facing up against Lily's Clefairy EX or even Wellspring Ogrepon's Torrential Pump generally, which accelerates prize cards being taken so quickly up against Dragon Ball.
Indeed, and the prize card manipulation in this matchup was really the key, and both players were trying to manipulate that in different ways. Obviously, we can circumvent the additional effect of Lily's Pearl by using Pokemon like Monkey Dory, so you really have to consider not leaving any damage on your opponent's board anywhere, and also effects like Dragapult's secondary effect of its attack by attacking, kind of damaging the bench and littering those damage counters. We saw how impactful they were.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many good points there, but I want to bring in Pablo because, I mean, he's got loads to talk about, especially the way you just mentioned about those damage counter manipulations and different way this game could have gone, right, Pablo?
Truly, this feels like on paper you see the decks and you're like, oh, Lily's Clefairy knocks out Dragapult. So simple, right? But in reality, the intricacies of each turn, the decisions that each player made during their turn, what to put up, where to place the damage, what to attack with. I really gotta commend both players. Clearly, this is a very high-level game, and I think this turn in particular, playing Rosa's encouragement not only is like a peculiar choice because we are seeing more favoritism towards Crispin, but Rosa's encouragement, since it accelerates 2 energy, allows you to attach this very crucial 3rd energy to have a follow-up Dragapult, as opposed to Crispin, which lets you attach that 1 extra energy, but then all of a sudden that Dragapult goes down again, and you're left with pressured finding Crispin back-to-back turns. So that Rosa's encouragement was really, really great in giving Justin a chance at coming back in this game 1. Ultimately, the special red card was not enough to really bring it back for him. That Lily's Pearl really made a huge impact in the price trade-off, along with, of course, the clutch no sync turn. That was so important to find at the right moment, clearing that Mega Kangaskhan with 100 damage on it, removing all possibilities for Justin to win in 1 turn, right? Forcing him to have 2 turns, and that gave James just enough time to find a way to close this game 1.
Yeah, so important to be able to manipulate your board in that way, just to essentially nullify your opponent's turn, right? Because Justin's having to build up multiple prize turns, or multiple prize knockout turns in a turn, I should say. And when you just take that away, there's not really much else Justin could do, and as Pablo's kind of mentioned there, thanks Pablo, then it was 2 more turns that was required.
Yeah, and then we had in this game 3 a very interesting situation where prior to James starting his turn, finding that Dust Ball, which found Mega Kangaskhan, and he was really able to get going, or maybe it was Meowth, I don't remember exactly, but prior to that, Justin was really digging for that on first stamp, because he knew that next turn there was likely not going to be a knockout. So this was the turn to disrupt, when there was only a single Wellspring Overpun Mask and a Lily's Clefairy in play. No Mega Kangaskhan, no Fezandipity for backup draw, no help. So if Justin had found the on first stamp in this turn, he really could have turned things around, leaving James with a huge deck with very few outs to really recover from, and putting himself in a prime position despite losing to Drippies. But since he wasn't able to find it, then we had this other turn towards the end of the game where James just did absolutely everything he needed. He went for the Cyrano and established Mega Kangaskhan, an extra Mega Kangaskhan, established that very crucial serendipity, because he knew at that point that all he needed to do was not whiff, right? He was so far ahead in the prize count, he needed to take down one more Dragapult to win the game, and everything on the field made it so that on first stamp or special red card were just not going to be effective enough, and he bought himself enough time, especially thanks to that sub attack, in order to close this one out.
Yeah, Sob being super, super clutch. I mean, there's so many small, minute decisions that both our players are having to make. I mean, I think one I recall quite vividly is that choice between crushing hammers and that boss's orders.
Yep.
That boss's orders could have been one maybe to try and target down that Lilith Teferi, but went for the crushing hammer because maybe longer term, that was the better decision.
Yeah, Sob really can buy players so much time, as you guys mentioned. I wouldn't say it's an underrated attack, but it's an unrespected attack, right? People are aware of it, people know it's a threat, but they're not adding anything to their decks to really deal with it. And so that Meowth getting trapped gave James just enough time to close out this game and win decisively, putting himself, I think, in first place heading into the last round of Swiss here.
Thank you so much, Pablo. We got some juicy insight there on why both players are making such interesting decisions. Now, you guys aren't going to need to go anywhere. Get glued to your seats because we need to go take a break, but the next round is up right now. So don't go anywhere. We'll be just a few minutes back.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother, Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships.
Boa tarde, Renan.
Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Towards Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Towards quest for a world champion title.
One of my pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round one is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results, and I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round one.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player, and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the Big Easy New Orleans, Louisiana, and the North American International Championships. Just one Swiss round remains for our trading card game competition until we whittle it down to our top cut, which we will be playing through this evening. Cannot wait to see which of these players will continue their push forward. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the booth for this Swiss round 14 by Kyle Pukasukovic. Lots of incredible storylines here, Kyle, as we're getting down to the weeds of this event.
Yeah, this is it. This is the high-stakes round, the last opportunity to earn match points, try to make it into that top cut to keep your tournament hopes alive. And we do have about 6 players who have already guaranteed a spot in the top cut, but many more, and really big names as well, who have an opportunity to win their last round and make it to the top cut.
Let's get a quick check-in on our caster predictions coming into this weekend. Which of us got it right? Which of us got it wrong? And I don't think I, really hit the nail on the head with the B-drill this time. But for you, Kyle, we've got a Meganium player still out there in the mix, trying to get a winning in here this round to get into cut. Kyle, I know Meganium is your favorite Pokemon, so it must be cool for you to have a chance to see Meganium having a super strong meta-relevant card.
Yeah, don't remember the last time that has happened, Chip. It's been quite some time. Yeah, this was a pick from the heart. And yeah, happy to see that there is one potentially in the running to make the top cut, which is exciting. I think, looking at Ethan's prediction, it was a layup, of course, Dragapult EX. But it has been largely Dragapult EX once again. Now, I think we have seen plenty of counter decks topple Dragapult EX so far, but there's still just an overwhelming number of people playing that deck. And it's just going to be some in the top cut.
Yeah, no surprise at all. Here are our Masters Swiss rankings coming into this round, and you did call it out, Kyle. Several players have already taken an intentional draw this round to lock themselves up for a spot in
Se
top.
ganhar uma, ele consegue ficar no resultado dos 8. Que é 10, ele fica 11, 2, sim.
The number it looks like for this event that players need to achieve in order to make it into cut is 35.
Caralho, aquele James lá que ganhou, ele tá avançadaço. Ó, o Tord. O Tord ganhou, ele também pega, não? Pega pelos 2 empates, né?
Those top 6 players are already locked for top cut.
Yeah, this doesn't even show all the players that are still in the running. We still have other players like Ross Coffin, legend of the game, still in the running as well, and win the last round and make it to the top cut. So it's still so unpredictable at this stage. Can't wait to see what's going to happen, and I can't wait to see our final Swiss round feature match here. Whew. Can you imagine the pressure at this point?
Megane box, Draga Blaze.
All that separates you from making it to the top cut at NAIC.
For Ben and John here on the stage, their tournament run rests on this moment. Win here, continue on, lose, you'll get to collect your prizes, you'll get some booster packs, you'll hold your head high about a strong finish, but also wonder what could have been. It will be Ben playing the Meganium Hydrapple deck up against John's mighty Dragapult EX. Pairing up this event with Blaziken, and that is certainly a factor in this matchup, the fire typing. Now let's take a look at the prize cards as they are laid out for each of these players. Plenty of Pokemon in Ben's prizes. He does play thin lines of his various Stage 2 evolutions, so that is certainly something to keep track of. And over on John's end, Torchic hiding away alongside that ever-important Unfair Stand.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. I think the Meganium Hydrapple EX deck has seen a resurgence because it does match up well against Dragapult for the most part. Because Dragapult is unable to knock out Hydrapple EX in one attack. But when you add the Blaziken to the mix, it changes things so much. But Chip, we're already started here. We see a bug catching set to
here
kick
it
things off.
is. Bug catching set, a super great ball in this deck, working in so many ways here. Looking at the top 7 cards, revealing any grass Pokemon and grass energy up to 2 counts and adding them to the hand for Ben Daubertstein. It is a grab of Teal Mask Ogre Pontiacs and the basic grass, and Teal Mask Ogre Pontiacs is the lifeblood of this deck. Teal Dance, attach an energy card from your hand and draw a card. Accelerated into play, does not account for your attachment for turn, and it is also really solid draw power. And we see the little Applin in the active spot. That tumbling attack, hey, with a head flip, could take down the mighty Badoo, of course, which is the active now for John Webb, kicking off his turn with the bench of a Dreepy. Now Ultra Ball discarding 2 cards. He did prize 2 Ultra Ball, so that's something worth noting as well, Kyle. He may have limited access to his evolutions through this game.
Yeah, very true. Now this matchup can take a lot of different turns. Sometimes, you know, the grass deck here can just go super aggressive, try to attack very quickly and overrun the Dragapult deck before it sets up. I would say more common these days, you see players using that Celebi to set up stockpile grass Pokemon in your hand, along with that Forest of Vitality Stadium card. Allows you to instantly evolve all of your grass-type Pokemon, and then you just kind of play all the cards at once, and then surge forward with Hydrapple EX.
Especially strong in a metagame where players have chosen to cut Judge.
Tava no fim. Eu deveria ter zerado ontem, mas ontem eu tava cansado aquela hora já. Faltava pouquinho. Porque o último mundo eu não precisei fazer nada. Eu já tinha pego recurso pra fazer o boss final sem fazer nada do último mundo.
Himself 8 cards here on his opening turn. Still
phenomenal.
For a few more Dreepies, I would imagine.
Phenomenal start for John. Yeah, finding the Buddy Poffin, exactly what you want. Even opening with the Badoo so that you don't have to burn an energy to retreat into it. Energy attachments are key in this matchup for the Dragapult deck. Maybe less so when you have Blaziken, because that ability allows you to accelerate energy from the discard pile every turn. But this is a very strong start for John so far. Pretty much all you're hoping for, you're setting yourself up to threaten getting a rare candy in a stage 2 on the second turn.
And
Chiyu.
interesting tech inclusion here for John is the Chiyu with that ground melter attack. 60 plus. If a stadium is in play, this attack does 60 more damage. Then you discard that stadium. Honestly, a great call for this weekend with all the crustals we've seen running around Puka. But in this matchup as well, does double down as a nice single prize attack option.
Definitely. Now we'll see what Ben's able to piece together here. The hands can get really awkward for this Meganium Hydrapple deck sometimes. Sometimes, you know, you're short in energy cards.
O Budi já tá morto.
A Dawn, but maybe you don't have a Lily's Determination to draw extra cards for the next turn. You're really trying to piece
Foda
it
que
together.
realmente, se tiver como energizar o Chiyu, ele está matando um cheiro no Hydreigon.
Sometimes you can just attack with Dipplin and get a knockout on turn 2 with a non-EX Pokemon. Do the wave, we see it mostly in those Festival League decks, but it works just as well to take down small Pokemon like Badoo, sometimes even a Dreepy if you can get enough Pokemon on your bench.
Dawn is the supporter card played here for Ben on his turn, searching his deck for one of each, basic Stage 1 and Stage 2 Pokemon. And with the Hydrapple grab, I mean, should he have a Forest of Vitality, we could see that Hydrapple EX pop into play.
Bailiff. Dá pra fazer o Hydrapple também. Não quis? Verdade, o Hydrapple precisa de mais energia pra bater, né? Não ia rolar.
Yeah, I think also may not have had Meganium in hand and did not have another grass energy. So if you evolve into Hydrapple EX, wouldn't be able to do the
It's
Syrup
interesting,
Storm.
though, he could have grabbed the Meganium off the Dawn, because he has 2 Hydrapple in hand. He chose not to, though. He is actively choosing to hold off on going with the Hydrapple in this early point of the game.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to be about prize trading. Like you said, there's that Chiyu that's going to be in the mix. There's the Blaziken EX that can knock out Hydrapple EX in a single attack. Whenever you can force your opponent into taking 1 prize card instead of 2 in this matchup, it's a big swing in your favor. Now,
bater não vai conseguir.
Meganium Hydrapple deck is you play very thin lines.
Yes.
2-2-2 Meganium, 2-2-2 Hydrapple EX. You're very susceptible
to apesar que essa energia de fogo ele colocou no outro turno, né?
Second copy of that line. So in this situation, if your Dipplin gets knocked out, there's actually a Dipplin in Ben's prize cards. It may be challenging to get another Hydrapple EX into play. So that's something to keep an eye on as we go along.
Small note from production, Ben at the table said, I definitely grabbed the wrong guy. Whoops. So at this moment, I mean, that is a bit of a misstep, but still is the aggressor here. And for John, not too strong of a turn, just a Dreepy in the active spots, not even having the energy necessary to use.
Agora o cara pode correr, hein? Agora o cara pode correr pra caralho. Ele pode pegar uma boss, aí vai aumentar a mão. Tem que ele ia pegar a boss.
Last ditch catch ability to search out a Lily's Determination. Now he has taken a prize card, so he'll only get himself 6 cards here, but still an extremely strong option here to cycle through the deck, and Hydrapple EX has now hit the field.
Of course, Ben needs some way to attack off of these 6 cards. Should be pretty easy to do. Just a grass energy or a Meganium will allow him to use that Syrup Storm attack. Does 30 damage plus 30 more for each grass energy you have in play. And the way this deck kind of works is you use TLS Kogurpon EX's Teal Dance, accelerate energy, flood the board, and then use Meganium's Wild Growth ability to double all of those grass energy very quickly and allow Hydrapple EX to get one-hit knockouts.
They certainly do. Ripening Charge, used as the ability on Hydrapple EX, heals that 10 damage from the pesky Badoo on turn number 1. And Ben does take a KO on the Dreepy. Chiyu now in the active spot.
Vai arrancar 240 nessa paulada, hein? Se tiver, aqui não tem aumentador de dano nessa versão. Não tem nem por que ter, né? Isso aí é pra lidar com os menorzinhos. Vai 240 dói.
Here for John Webb, sending the hand in. Still 8 cards will be drawn. Have to imagine he'll be looking for some evolutions on the other end of this.
Yeah, and for Ben, this is pretty great news. Not getting knocked out here is massive. Sure, your Hydrapple EX is going to take a lot of damage, but every turn you buy where your opponent doesn't get a knockout, doesn't close the gap on that prize card exchange, is another turn for you to use Teal Dance on Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. And once you start getting to 4, 5 Grass Energy on that Pokemon, it can also get one-hit knockouts on pretty much anything in this Dragapult deck. So you can see a pretty clear line of play for Ben at this point. Use these 3 Pokemon to try to knock out one Pokemon EX at one point. And yeah, if you just keep drawing energy, things are going to look good. But you do need to find the Meganium as well.
Definitely Meganium should hit the field at some point here. John Webb finding plenty of Pokemon off of his Liz Determination. A few Recon Directives as well in the mix. And now Combuskin has hit the field. Ground Melter will deal 240 damage to this active Hydrapple EX. Down goes that Forest of Vitality, though its effect has already been utilized for Ben.
Outra árvore ali já.
As well, should he wants to just get it out of his deck.
Yeah.
And he will go with the
Nunca eu acho que seja tão necessária a árvore agora, mas é bom deixar.
Alright, so yeah, this
Vai queimar a Beilish ali.
Keep drawing energy cards. Need to find the Meganium at some point.
Bora dar pausa.
You can just keep using Teal Dance, threaten some big knockouts.
Ah, Ultra Ball veio. Já veio na mão, inclusive.
There's a pretty good chance you're gonna get off to a nice start here.
Já era nocaute.
No energy.
Não tem atacante, inclusive, a não ser que dá um crisping, né?
Yeah, still an opportunity here for John to capitalize, and Ben also going down to 3 prize cards does mean he is in range of a special red card play potentially, and with a bunch of damage stacked up on this active Hydrapple EX, this is a huge...
Sério, Blaziken mesmo?
We'll see how he's able to
Sei lá, hein? Vale a pena?
Cards in hand.
Porque não tem nenhum pra matar, né? Tem que ser Blaziken, senão não dá.
The options near endless. The Combuskin promote is interesting here as well. Dragapult would be able to handle this Hydrapple EX, and Blaziken could perhaps sit on the bench and wait for a secondary Hydrapple to be utilized from Ben. But for now, it will be that Pokemon in John's active position. Phesandipides flip the script, drawing 3 cards.
Chegou no Blaziken já.
Now 2 more seen from
Vai precisar nem buscar.
Recon Directive of Cloak number 1, Blaziken EX offered up, immediately placed into play. Its excellent Seething Spirit ability, offering Smolder Salt.
Outro Blaziken. Tá de branco é legal, por mais que não atrapalha muita coisa, só o Miau, mas o Miau já jogou, né?
We'll see what John wants to do here, eyeing up boss's orders, potentially going after the Meganium in this situation, or you could think about going after a Teal Mask.
Ele não deu Lily? Ah, não, ele não deu Lily não, né? Deu não.
That is the thing that, really pushes these attacks to new heights. Doubling those grass energy makes all of your attacks so much stronger. You do need 10 energy in play in order to get a knockout on this Blaziken EX with the Syrup Storm. It's only 5 when you have Meganium. Now, it is possible to just get 4 grass energy here, but I think Ben's really going to be looking to get another Meganium this turn. The problem is he's down a couple Forest of Vitality already.
It could be difficult to make that happen, but with the bug catching set, which he took off his prize cards, perhaps just enough energy could be found. As you mentioned, Puka, looking at the top 7 here, does find himself...
Carai, pegou só energia.
And that is now just 1 energy card needing to be seen for Ben to pick up this KO. He does not have one in hand, but he has all the acceleration necessary to make it happen.
Ah, ele liga uma com cada ali e bota do turno, né?
And his attachment for turn, that would equal 10 grass energy in play. Syrup Storm would deal 330 damage to take down Blaziken.
Já resolve.
Teal Dance number 1. Teal Dance number 2 potentially lined up here. He needs specifically a grass energy. Will use flip the script first though. Still
chegou no Garfon. Legal.
It may be down to this just final draw. Does have a couple Ultra Ball here in hand, so maybe he could make a Meganium, but does he have the Stadium card?
No.
I don't see a Stadium, and that would have been great because he did find Lana's Aid, which would have allowed him to get the entire Meganium line back from the discard pile. I don't think John's played a supporter card yet, but I think the only one he could have played here was Cypher.
É, se ele tiver lana aí, ele recupera tudo. Tem lana aí? Eu não vi a lana. Ah, não, ele deu boss. Ah, ele vai levar o Fezan. Ele vai levar Fezan. Perfeito.
Keeping up with the prize trade, now down to just one prize card remaining, and with
Ele tá muito na frente, né?
set up on the bench, a pair of Dracloak on John's. A simple boss's orders would close out the game for Ben. On his next turn, John back against the wall, 5 prizes to 1. How does he mount this comeback? Begins with the Blaziken EX in the active spot. Searches out a Monkey Dory, no damage to utilize with that Adrenabrain ability at the moment. Pheasantipity going down as well, does limit John's draw options on this turn. Does, of course, still have access to a couple of Recon Directive. How will he piece this together?
At this point, feels like John needs Ben to miss at some point. This is definitely where you want that unfair stamp to try to disrupt your opponent's hand. Now, there is Pheasantipity EX on the bench already. So taking a knockout here, your opponent will get some and look at that. John says, no, we're done here. Let's move on to game 2.
Aggressive concede from John, but I like it. It seemed very unlikely.
Plantinha ganhando, plantinha ganhando. Não é o Venusauro, mas é o mais próximo dele que tem no formato. Inclusive, eu tava pensando em alterar meu deck pra jogar com essa versão aí. Porque eu gosto do Venusauro. Me sentiria um traidor tirando ele do deck. Mas se eu fosse jogar competitivamente sério, eu ia com essa versão aí também. Do Hydrape ou com a Meganium. Meganium Box que chama, né?
Pablo, was there anything else you saw that maybe Ben could have done differently?
No, that very quick aggression, the onslaught of these grass type Pokemon with their huge HP. I mean, obviously Blaziken is the perfect answer to Hydrapple, but even Blaziken takes a while to hit the field. Finding energies can sometimes be a little awkward for these Dragapult decks, so I mean, set up better is my answer to this. Like, it's just find those rare candies, try to respond as quickly as possible. Preemptive Pheasantipity as soon as possible to just give you those extra resources is probably what John needs to do to keep up with his huge KOs.
Thank you, Pablo, for your insight as always. We'll get into this second game and see if John is able to piece things together. Maybe try to find some evolution Pokemon on his second turn, which he, I think, only found one Dracloak in game number 1. We are going to kick off this opening search on John's side, starting with a Dreepy, now using Buddy Poffin to search the deck for a couple of basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, and he's going to get a check of the prize cards here. And Kyle, once again, unfair stamp prized, and also a bunch of that Blaziken line. 1 Torchic, 1 Combuskin, and even the Chi-Yu.
Ooh, that's going to hurt to see if you're John. I talked about how prizing can hurt the Meganium deck, but the same goes for this Dragapult Blaziken deck. You really want to have access to both Torchic. So if one Blaziken EX gets knocked out, you have the ability to get a second one right away. You don't want to be left in a spot where you have no way to deal with the Hydrapult EX. So John is going to be on the back foot to start this one already.
A preemptive play of a Pokepad here from John as well, searching out a Dracloak. Now, there was a time not too long ago where these Meganium Ogerpon decks, when paired with Arbolivo, would often play 1 copy of Badoo, so perhaps he has that in the back of his mind. We, of course, have the ability to look at the list and see that Ben does not have Itchy Pollen, but what Ben does have in his opening hand is that powerful bug-catching set. Peeping at the top 7 cards, you're going to be looking for some Grass Pokemon and Grass Energy cards. A couple of different options available, it does seem. Also see that Force of Vitality there. I'm sure he'd love to grab that, but cannot utilize that Stadium this turn, and also, you know, can't grab it off the trainer card. And we'll see what other supporter he has in hand here to go with this turn. Applin and Grass Energy were the grabs.
Yeah, this could be a dangerous spot here. Doesn't come up very often, but, you know, a turn 2 Dracloak, just knocking out your Chikorita could, maybe a turn 2 attack from John's side.
Kyle, I'm honestly a little scared of a turn 2 Dragapult.
Exactly.
Which could happen here. John, of course, playing rare candy, and with just an Applin and a Chikorita, as the only things available for Ben, that opening.
Que merda, não abriu de nenhuma. Ah, não, ele teve que gastar a boss, né? Mas ele gastou boss porque não tinha um apoiador melhor.
Find Crispin and Rare Candy here this turn in order to win the game in this opening sequence. Does not look like he's got it. Maybe a couple cards short. Will just go with a recon directive. Still in excellent position, though. Ben is going to need some help this next turn.
Yeah, so Ben probably breathing in a sigh of relief that no Dragapult came out this turn, that the Chikorita is safe, but Ben's hand is miserably bad. There is not much going on there. He had to play boss's orders just to try to stall for a turn. This is not a situation you want to be in. You can see how much different this is compared to the first game where, you know, turn 2, Ben was able to just kind of evolve a bunch of Pokemon. This one doesn't look like the same thing is going to happen here, and John might become the aggressor and will, at the very least, try to slow things down a bit with that itchy pollen.
The aggressor seems to be the key for this matchup, the way that Ben was unable to get rolling early in this one. Does limit things quite a bit. John with the attachment of the energy to the Torchic. Always love to see these basic Pokemon get a little use with those attacks. The Collect could come in nicely here to just add a little extra power. And yeah, there's an Ultra Ball getting rid of 2 Ultra Balls. So gonna search out a Pokemon here to add to the hand. Combuskin maybe was the Pokemon he would like to grab here, but that is not available. We know it is prized.
I would guess we're going to see Itchy Pollen on this turn. Again, just try to slow Ben down as much as possible. Set up your Blaziken and go from there.
I wanted to see the Collect, though. Just want to see the little guys get involved. But I guess Badoo is the ultimate little guy, to be honest. And, of course, makes the most sense here. And Ben left with nothing but a retreat. Can go for the tumbling attack. And he does hit a heads. Okay, takes out the Badoo.
Caralho, ele nocauteou com a Plin. Cagão. Mas não muda nada.
Get that sneaky KO, but
legal esse KO, mas não muda nada.
Chikorita, John is simply a Dragapult EX and a fire energy away.
Porque agora se entra um Dragapult aí com energia, acabou o jogo. Se entrar um Dragapult com energia, acabou o jogo.
Recon directives, maybe Lily's determination. There's already a Crispin in the hand. You got to assume.
Eu acho que o Crispin aí não é uma boa, velho. Eu não iria de Crispin, não. Ah, bora ver ele, hein. Se tivesse pelo menos o Draga ou uma Ultra, viu? Uma Ultra. Não. Ele vai dar doce no Blaziken e vai dar Lily, provavelmente. Ele tá entre Lily e Crispin. Pôs o Munk na mesa. Ele tem 8 cartas. Se ele comprar uma Ultra Ball e uma energia de fogo, ou um Dragapult e uma energia de fogo, ele ganhou. Tudo depende dos 8 cards que vai vir.
John here with 8 cards, needing Dragapult EX and Fire Energy to just win the game immediately. I don't see either of those cards.
Nossa, mas aí não era pra jogar mesmo. Olha essa mão, cara. Puta merda. Não, não era, não.
Directives, a Lily's determination for 8, and you can't find a single Dragapult EX. What is going on?
Well, it doesn't seem like it matters here, as it does look like Ben has conceded.
Okay,
so,
well,
não era, eu tinha que fazer.
Not have the game immediately. Was probably gonna have to just honestly pass for the turn. But
ali não tinha que fazer, não havia draw que salvasse. 2 turnos atrás é muita coisa. 2 turnos atrás pra deck de setup, que é o caso dos deck planta, é muito difícil. Nem uma Lily dando tudo as peças ajudava. Tinha que vir muito perfeito.
Top cut, maybe win this whole event.
And for both of these players, I mean, this is by far the deepest run at a large event they have had. You know, Ben came away with a top 16 finish at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships this season. For John, it was a top 256 at San Antonio back in 2025. So this is a huge huge moment for both of their Pokemon careers, a huge opportunity to make it in and stamp their name in Pokemon history. Heading into game number 3, where a winner will be decided. I do not think we will see a 27-minute tie here, Puka. I feel like we're going to have one of these two guys in our top cut.
I don't want to know what that looks like in this matchup. As these players set up, we do have an update from the floor. Looks like Ross Cawthon was able to win his match and advance to 35 match points, so he will make it to the top cut here at NAIC.
That is a huge story with Slow King as well. A very Ross Cawthon-esque deck, I would say. Always love to see Ross succeeding, an absolute legend of the game, and we'll have to get more word from him into our top cut. But for now, we're heading into game 3 of this win and in. It will be Ben kicking us off with a Teal Dance on his active Teal Mask Ogrepani X. Looks like he does have decent playability in this hand. A couple of bug catching sets in order to support his opening. A couple of Grass Energy offered up now. Also Hydrapple EX, a potential option. He also has Meowth EX in his hand. He's seen his opponent does play Team Rocket's Watchtower, so perhaps he'll end his turn off with the use of that last ditch catch in order to get a guaranteed supporter next turn. I don't see one just yet, but there is still some playability here with a second bug catching set incoming.
Já abriu tanto melhor já. Não foi um absurdo, mas já foi pouco melhor, porque pelo menos ele tem uma maneira de atacar se necessário.
You don't really like having Meowth EX in play if you can avoid it, so may as well play the bug catching set first. You could argue that, you know, if you use last
Celebi dessa vez.
you slightly improve your odds to find
Celebi é interessante.
off of this bug catching set, but I think this is a reasonable move. But like you said, I think the kind of risk-averse play here would be to just use Meowth EX right now and avoid any potential disruption from the Team Rocket's Watchtower.
And I think Ben has wisely agreed with us on this line of play. Just play as safe as possible. I once heard a great player say the Pokemon TCG is a game of who
Usar a Ultra ou não?
Careful. Who can play around all of
Ele quer ir atrás do que? De outro Garpon?
potential plays as possible. Ben did grab that Celebi off the bug catching set. I was wondering if we would see the Traverse Time lineup in this game, but looks like it was just found as a
Que é o Dipplin. E agilizar o Hydrapple.
for this Ultra Ball, as a Dipplin has been found. Hydrapple in the hand, so now just a stadium card away from that powerful stage 2 being established.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I think against a traditional Dragapult deck, you would be perfectly happy to use Celebi and setup. But once you know your opponent is playing Blaziken EX, you really need to be the aggressor. You can't sit around and wait for both sides to set up. So I like Ben just going for it at this point, trying to close out this match and be as aggressive as possible to make John have answers here. Otherwise, you know, he's just going to start attacking and steamrolling like he did in game 1.
John will kick off his opening turn with a Buddy Poffin. Similar setup to what we saw in game number 2. Searching out 270 HP Pokemon or less. A quick check of the prize cards as well for both of these players. As called out previously, one of each of those two stage 2 lines in the prizes for Ben. Perhaps a bit annoying to navigate. And now for John on the right side, really nothing too bad. A handful of supporter cards that he'd maybe have to like to have floating around, but he'll be glad to have access to his unfair stamp for the first time in this set.
Oh, is there no supporter card in the hand for John?
No supporter played at minimum, and no, does not look like there's one available in the hand. Unfair stamp is being held on to, though.
Deeply.
Draw for turn here.
Se ele botar energia e bater, ele resolve, não? Preferiu?
Just has to go with the Dipplin, but has that Lily's determination, of course, as we saw grab.
É que se vier energia na mão agora nas 8 cartas, o que é muito difícil não vir, é só seguir, né?
So if Ben decides to get aggressive here, take a knockout, he could potentially unlock that unfair stamp.
Apesar que era melhor muito mais matar com o Dipplin mesmo nessa situação. Uma perda menor.
Really difficult for this Hydrapple Teal Mask Ogrepon Meganium deck to deal with if they've not had a chance to get a bunch of their Pokemon into play. Retreating the Teal Mask Ogrepon now is Ben. Sending up that Diplin, do the wave, able to easily deal with the Badoo. And now John having that unfair stamp in hand could massively slow this game down for Ben. Will play Buddy Buddy Poffin first. And should this unfair stamp yield John Lily's Determinations, Rare Candies into stage 2s, we could be off to the races here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to bench another Pokemon off this Buddy Buddy Poffin. You would love to draw Pheasantipity EX. And then
Ele não quer deixar nada mais no banco.
EX. In this situation, you
Sim.
have such a bad opening turn. You want to make sure you can give yourself an opportunity to draw as many cards as possible. You really want this turn to be big. You don't want to get getting knocked out, fall further behind.
Não? Ah, não, então marca
See what
primeiro.
John is able
Faz
to piece together
sentido.
here.
Agora carimbo.
Interesting, we do see the Badoo worked
Marca de novo já? Ah, não. Tá de branco. Por que está de branco? O Miau já foi jogado, né? Ele não vai jogar outro Miau agora.
A little difficult to piece together rare candies into multiple stage 2s off the unfair
Watchtower perde um pouco do valor.
Spec card now being played, and Ben is not going to be excited to see that. It can be really difficult for this deck to handle, especially without either of his stage 2 Pokemon in play. And John, let's remember, even after this shuffle and draw, still has the ability to play a supporter this turn.
Yeah, this was huge, having the unfair stamp on this turn. John could completely swing the momentum based on what he draws here.
There's a rare candy and an Ultra Ball, but...
And a Crispin.
And he could get into the Dragapult EX right now.
You just go for it?
And start Phantom Diving. It would require
É óbvio que ele vai. Já arruma uma mesa legal. O foda é que ele precisava de uma boss para poder dar mais nocaute, mas aí tá ótimo.
Getting aggressive here, just using Phantom Dive and forcing your opponent to draw something off those 2 cards.
And I think that is exactly what John is going to do. Ultra Ball for the Dragapult EX. Crispin brings out a Psychic and Fire Energy directly onto Treepy, and Rare Candy as that 5th and final card will bring the Mighty Stage
Agora saiu bem na frente, hein?
into play.
Carimbo mudou o jogo.
Counters spread across Ben's bench. We'll have the 2 cards in hand from Unfair Stamp, plus his draw for turn to find a way out.
Plays out his entire hand and just is committed to this one Dragapult EX, hoping that this
60 ali? É, o Miau ele leva numa pancada, né? Não tem porquê. Miau leva numa pancada.
Important question, an important thing we will see here shortly. Prior towards the Vitality and Pokepad.
Fudeu, só tem o Pokepad.
Playability here. Puka, he can play the Pokepad to thin a card out of the
Aí
deck.
fudeu.
Even getting Bayleaf does not protect that benched Pokemon. It will still be KO'd by a Phantom Dive. 10 damage on this Tilmask Ogrepon from Minichi Pollen as well. Sets it
Eu
up.
tenho que buscar um bicho pra entregar. Porque se ele perder seu Gear Point, acaba o jogo dele, na minha opinião. Infelizmente, vai ter que gastar energia e recuar esse Gear Point. Infelizmente.
On his opportunity, the unfair stamp really just changed the game here.
It does feel a bit unfair, doesn't
Bulu?
it?
That is the point, yes.
Não, maçã. Mas maçã vai morrer. A maçã ele vai dar pra ele de graça pro cara. Ele não pode, tem que ser o Bulu mesmo. Mas não muda muito. Ele tem que torcer pra comprar uma Lily agora. Que agora ele se fudeu.
John did go down to a 0-card hand, so perhaps he can hide behind something for a turn, which is what he will aim to do with the grab of time.
Foi o que eu pensei, bota o Bulu na frente.
That this Tealmask Ogrepon EX can hang on.
E agora ele já vai pegar 2 prizes já.
Are you kidding me?
Not just that, but a Pokepad to go get a Dracloak.
That was his prize card. That was a perfect take off the prize cards, a perfect top deck.
Meu amigo, ele vai continuar jogando agora tão infinito.
He's gonna check it first. No, he will go with Lily's Determination. I don't think there's many wrong plays.
Vai comprar 6.
But what a sequence there. Unfair stamp into the perfect 5 cards to piece together a Rare Candy Dragapult into finding Lily's Determination. And I think Ben, at this point, feels the door.
O cara ali agora já até aceitou a derrota. Até eu, filho, ele ciclou perfeitinho. Deu carinho. Nossa. É que ele não comprou as coisas pro Blaze, mas nem precisava agora, né? Não tem nem necessidade mais. Vou arregaçar agora. Mais um drift pra garantir. A de fogo pra preparar um outro Dragapult. E bate. Bate, mata e distribui. 3 tries. Não, 2 tries. Tá. Isso foi da hora. Isso foi legal, isso foi legal, isso foi legal. Não acho que ele volta por causa da unfair, mas interessantíssimo. Tá, isso foi da hora, isso foi maneiro.
Absolutely nothing but a prayer and having the prayer answered with the miracle top deck of unfair stamp. And let's not forget, he still has access to play his supporter.
5 para 2, 5 para 2. Se tiver uma Lilia aí é perfeito ainda pra tentar caçar mais cartas. Veio. Caralho. Pode arrumar mesmo agora, mas é isso, velho. Não tem o que fazer não. Mais uma de planta, legal. Você vai descartar energia sem custo. Meu amigo, tá coragem, hein? Eu tô ligado que ele ia vai de Lily, mas mesmo assim, porra. Eu achei corajoso. Vai comprar mais 3. Maca pra Ascorita, né? Ascorita. Lily, seja o que Deus quiser. Ainda tem mais 3 depois do Fezandite ainda. Nossa senhora, vai ter que correr uma maratona agora.
Very much so, but Ben has found a way to at least fight back and give himself a chance here. Chikorita is grabbed out of the discard pile thanks to Night Stretcher. Lily's determination will offer him a refresh of 6 new cards. Of course, did take that early KO on Badu.
Foda que não chega em atacante, né?
6 cards found. There is another Night Stretcher. There is a Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
These are some of the pieces you need.
Flip the script.
Ok, legal.
There's a Bailey.
Hold on. We're chaining some things together.
He does need a Force of Vitality.
O foda é que mesmo assim ele não mata o Dragapult, né, velho? Ele não mata o Dragapult ainda. Aí, chegou na minha ganha. Chegou.
Think there's a way to get Hydrapple EX though. That would have been the last piece of this puzzle here.
Outro Appling, ele quer fazer. Caralho, só de Hydrapple depois. É que se não matar esse amigo aí, ele vai arregaçar na volta. Mas o foda é que não tem dano, velho.
Not quite able to
duas energias.
That complete picture here on this turn. Still though, from
ele vai preparar o fundo ali. Tomara que dê, né? Ele vai ter que recuar esse amigo e entregar alguma coisa. Ele vai entregar o Miau? Ah, não, ele botou ele na... Ah, tá, entendi. É melhor que nada, né?
John's board isn't that strong either. Just has the 1 Dracloak, is left with 2 cards. There's not any energy on the bench. No other Pokemon are evolved. If this Dragapult goes down, he could be in trouble. But he top decks and Lily's determined.
Nossa, vai tomar no cu esse top deck, cara.
Top deck after top deck. Perfect draw.
Vai tomar no cu esse draw, mano. Os 3 draws seguidos foi carta absurda dos 2 jogadores.
A really solid refresh. Combuskin there was eyed up, but looks like Pokepad will be taken instead. I think a pretty nice thinning decision made here by John Webb. Actually, we'll go with the Dracloak as opposed to a Combuskin here.
These players fighting for their tournament lives here. They know what's on the line. A win and into the top cut here at NAIC, the last stop on the road to the World Championships. So much on the line here. Both these players drawing crucial cards at key moments. which player will be able to close this out?
Recon Directive offers up a Meowth EX and Crispin for John Webb.
Eu ia falar, puxar Megânio. Ah, não, ele quer matar esse. Ah, eu matava Megânio, hein? Ah, tudo bem. Fode o cara, mas... É porque ele tá na frente, né? Muito na frente, mas sei lá, velho. É que os carimbos já foi usado, né? Mas imagina tomar um red card agora. Imagina tomar um red card agora.
John would still need to find either way to get Blaziken EX or a boss's orders.
É de ficar triste tomar um red card agora, não vou mentir não.
Top deck for turn from Ben is that Hydrapple. Night Stretcher in hand, grabs out the Diplin. He can make this Pokemon all in one turn with Vitality in play already.
Fez. Boa.
With the draw still available of his Flip the Script.
O foda é que não dá tempo dele bater. Ah, não, dá sim, com uma energia ele bate por causa da Megânio, né? Justo. Então existe um mundo mesmo. Esse Hydrapple não morre. O foda é que uma boss do cara resolve, né?
Now draws one. It is another grass energy, so can still get off the ripening charge plus the attach for turn. Perhaps a bit risky there was that Teal Dance, as he needed to find another grass energy to guarantee that heal.
Yeah, looks like may have already had one in hand. The unfortunate part for Ben is his only hand disruption card was that unfair stamp. There's no special red card, no judge.
Ah, ele não tem red card, aí é triste. Ele vai ter que jogar na fé. Eu achei que ele tinha. Aí é fé. É muita fé agora. Agora você vai ter que ter muita fé que ele não chega num resultado que ele te mate.
There's a couple ways John could possibly win the game this turn. Boss's orders is already in the hand. I see a Night Stretcher and an...
Nossa, ele tem boss? Ah, então fudeu. Se pegou energia ali, acabou. Se ele pegar uma energia psíquica ali, acabou o jogo.
If he can make Blaziken, he can just knock out the active. But yeah, with Ultra Ball for Dragapult, Night Stretcher for the energy necessary. Boss's orders.
Acabou. Já era. E a boss pra matar. O vilão vence novamente. O vilão vence novamente. O mal venceu. O mal venceu. Mas tentou. Válido. Pô, mas aquele brick do jogo 2 foi muito triste. Aquele brick ali do lado da Megânio no jogo 2 foi triste demais aí. Jogou ficou 2 turnos só transitando o card. Mó merda.
Ben afterwards just shrugged like, what could I have done there? For him, but congratulations to John. What a big win.
What a big win. What a moment. The biggest moment of John's Pokemon career. As mentioned, his strongest accomplishment previous to this, a top 256 at San Antonio Regionals. This far surpasses that.
Absolutely. We saw in the first game pretty much domination from Ben. Was able to just attack with these big grass-type Pokemon. John was unable to set up any of those evolution Pokemon quickly enough. I think we just saw John call it quits pretty early after this Blaziken. Got a knockout. Ben was able to go down to a single prize card, but that was it for game 1, where we moved on to game number 2.
Game number 2, we saw Applin getting into the mix, taking out the mighty Pidoo, and pretty slow setup outside of that, though. John was just able to run away, too strong of a board. Ben saw the writing on the wall and sent us into game 3.
Yeah, and game number 3, John did have a terrible hand to start off with, no supporter cards, but after Ben took a knockout, it was the unfair stamp, and what a perfect draw off of that unfair stamp. Ultra Ball for Dragapult, Rare Candy, Crispin, just a phantom dive right out the gates. Ben was able to keep it exciting with this top deck of his own unfair stamp.
And had a really powerful response after that unfair stamp as well, making the Meganium, making a new attacking Teal Mask Ogerpon, but it was back-to-back boss's orders for John Webb that led to his spot in the North American International Championships top cut.
Wow, what an exciting finish to our Swiss rounds here. Again, congratulations to both players on an excellent run, but it will be John who gets to continue his run in this tournament, and who knows, maybe by the end of the weekend he could be crowned our champion.
He's still got a shot, and that's all you can ask for at this point. So many incredible players entering the room, and now there's only going to be 10 or 11 maybe remaining. We'll get those final numbers very soon, as there are a few matches.
Bom, breve já tem para saber o top cut esse metro.
Incredible storylines. You did mention, of course, Ross Coffin's win sends him into our International Championships top cut, and
Mal
player in
venceu.
International Championships history has also won his round. Tord Reklev will be present here, fighting for perhaps his 6th international title.
Tord ganhou, boa.
Plenty, but for now, let's throw it over to Ethan, who has an interview with our winner.
Thanks so much, Chip and Kyle. I am here with our last Swiss round winner, John Webb. Congratulations.
60 zeramentos esse ano, de acordo com a minha tabela. Por mais que seja 60, 14 que foram jogos que eu zerei pela primeira vez, o resto foi repetidos.
Main event, major event of the season that I've been to. I definitely threw the first game. I had Boss to take knockouts to keep the game going, and I was able to recover, and he had some tough breaks, but he was a great opponent.
A great opponent and a great match between the both of you. Let's dive into one specific moment there. It's game 3. You're 1 game away from making top cut at one of the biggest events, and you find the unfair stamp. You play it, and you look at those 5 cards, and you see, I could expand everything to make Phantom Dive happen. Did you feel confident in that line? Did you think it was necessary to get the job done, to just go all in on that Phantom Dive?
No, but it was the coolest play. I could. I really thought about just getting into Blaziken eventually and playing it slow, but I don't know. Something just felt good after the unfair stamp that I should do that. I just should do it.
Well, you trusted your gut. It worked out well for you. You were able to close the game out. You said this is your first event and only event of the season. What did your preparation look like going into NAIC this year?
Well, my team 9 to 5 from Huntsville, Alabama. We just play online together, play in person together, and yeah, that was pretty much it. Playing online as much.
Brabo, é a primeira vez dele competindo nesse nível e o cara chegou ao top 16, top 8, né?
A great resource to help yourself out, and you are now in the top cut.
Pegou deck, obviamente, que é o topo do formato, mas treinou muito, tá aí, tá válido.
I've been playing Pokemon for only a couple years TCG, but I, as a kid, collected the cards and played Red and Blue, and it's just really special to be a part of the community here and everything, so I think it'd be very cool, and justify it to my wife.
You touched a bit about your team and the community. Talk us through that a little.
Pode olhar pra ela e falar, ó, cheguei nos melhorzinhos lá, top 8, ó. Ganhei prêmio. Se ganhar o campeonato, melhor ainda.
You know, if I didn't have the people traveling with me, if I didn't have my wife at home supporting me with our 2 kids right now, I wouldn't be here. I'd probably be working. Well, it's Saturday, not anymore. Yeah, no, I'd be at home.
Toma no cu os comentários
I
dele.
got a good support system that gets me out.
Before we go, any last shout outs you want to make and thoughts before you're going into Top Cut?
I just want to tell my wife I love you, and good luck to my opponents in Top Cut.
And best of luck to you as well, John. Congratulations. Let's hear it a little bit for John Webb making it into the Top Cut here. You got a lot of support. I wish you the best in Top Cut. We're going to send things back over to the casters.
Wow, thank you so much, Ethan. That is a great interview. A great story there for John. Hasn't played much all year. Sounds like he's been attending his locals every once in a while. And that's what NAIC can be for so many players. One last chance where now he's just 1, possibly 2 games away from getting an invitation to the World Championships, should he make it into top 4. We're, of course, bringing in Pablo Tablemon Meza here to walk with us through that game. What do you think, Pablo? What a lineup here for our winning end.
Yeah, what a lineup, and I mean, huge props to John. He played his heart out, and honestly, the cards really fell into place, right? That perfect unfair stamp. I don't think you can script that any better. The 5-card draw right there, and I mean, that stemmed from this knockout, right? This knockout, which in many instances, you see your opponent's weak-ish board. Ben had this opportunity to take a knockout, and this comes from a Lily where he was item locked, and he really didn't have much at all, right? So by knocking out the body, you're like, okay, my hand will be a lot more playable next turn. I can make something happen. But it just so happens that John not only had the unfair stamp already waiting in the wings, but then we saw the perfect 5-card draw. I don't think he could have picked any better cards himself. Maybe you saved the special red card for a different moment, but getting the Dragapult right there was a huge swing in his favor.
It did come at a cost, played his hand down to 0.
Yeah.
Seemed like it was very worth it.
As you said, though, very cool play.
Yeah, so very cool play for sure.
It's hard not to root for someone like John, you know, just kind of like a regular guy who happened to make this his one big event of the year, and maybe he's on the run of a lifetime, just having a good time. You love to see that sort of thing, and yeah, go for the cool play, and it works out.
Yeah, and then we had an almost comeback, right? Ben against the ropes here had to stall for a little bit, but then he himself top-decked that unfair stamp that actually made us have a very exciting game. He did miss the one piece to create that Hydrapple towards the end of the game in that crucial turn. I think if that happens, that prevents a knockout, and we really could have had a very exciting game towards the end right there. But I love seeing these moments, guys, like these very crucial top decks. Like the chance of us seeing this right now are so low, but I love when we just get this pink card top deck that leads to these exciting moments.
Incredibly exciting. It was indeed. Still a chance there for Ben. It was going to be quite the uphill battle, but
yeah.
Does come up just a bit short. Congratulations, of course, to Ben. He's going to come away from this weekend finishing somewhere between top 64, top 32, I have to imagine, with the amount of match points he'd earned up to this point. So he'll walk away with some cash, plenty of booster packs, and a great story about an incredible run at this event.
Absolutely. Now, I think we do still have
Asia.
one more feature match we can take a look at as well. So even though that was our last one on the stage, we do have some more Pokemon TCG action for you to look at here. It's going to be Gavin Chen with, is that an Ethan Cyndaquil chip?
There it is, Ethan's Typhlosion from the player on the left, and then it will be Henry Chow, of course. He's become one of the biggest names in the game over the last couple of seasons. Both these players here on this Swiss Round 14 are sitting at 31 match points, so with a win they'd get to 34. It does mean neither of these two players is eligible to make it into Top Cut, but even though that's what we focus on so much, there is still, of course, a ton to be playing for here. 34 match points will very likely be enough to guarantee a top 16 finish, and that comes with it plenty of prize money, plenty of pedigree as well, so still a lot on the line as we do pick it up here at the start of this game number 1. Henry getting 3 Dreepy into play. Quick check of the prize cards. And then for Gavin, just a lone Cyndaquil in his active spot.
Yeah, how wild is it here to see Gavin this deep with an Ethan's Typhlosion deck? This is, you know, a deck that I think people really wanted to be good. It's a single prize deck, really revolves around getting all those Ethan's Adventure cards into the discard pile so you can hit for one-hit knockouts. Very challenging to actually pull off, but to make it this far into NAIC with such a strong record is very impressive, and gotta wonder, did Gavin find some sort of new way to build this deck that makes it work?
Yeah, Yasmin Kiss recently over in Europe, I know, has had a couple of solid deep runs with this deck. She just earned herself a top 32 finish at the Turn special event in this same format, so perhaps Gavin drawing some inspiration there. As the way this deck really functions is all through that Ethan's Adventure card, searching out Ethan's Pokemon, searching out basic fire energy cards, adding them to the hand, and then ultimately up to Typhlosion with its Buddy Blast attack, dealing more damage for each Ethan's Adventure card you have in your discard pile.
And some of these more recent tools have allowed Ethan's Typhlosion to hit for one-hit knockouts. You are capped around 280 damage with this Buddy Blast. You can only have 4 Ethan's Adventure card in your deck. But with things like the Brave Bangle, the Gravity Mountain, you can get to enough damage on things like Dragapult EX to get a one-hit knockout, so it's very impressive when you're able to pull it off.
Yeah, we've even seen Victinis get into the mix to help fix some of the math here for Ethan's Typhlosion. You gotta work pretty hard to reach a one-hit knockout on a 320 HP Dragapult EX, and that is the #1 stop in this format when it comes to deck building, making sure that you have a way to stand up to Dragapult EX.
Yes, basically if we have one Victini and then one of those damage modifiers, you get a one-hit knockout. As the game progresses, your opponent plays stuff like Unfair Stamp, Special Red Card. It can be challenging to continue to find those cards, which is where this deck can struggle sometimes, but when it all comes together, it's very powerful.
Henry Chow off to the races here with a couple of Dracloak into play, and early Risky Ruins as well allows him to generate a little bit of damage. Prepping for
Cacetada. É literal Dragapult, velho.
And honestly, that damage not too big of a detriment as well. Normally, you would think that might hinder him a bit when it comes to Buddy Blast picking up a KO. I guess it does mean there's one maybe less modifier necessary, but with the Brave Bengal Victinis in the mix, pretty reasonable to get there regardless. We also see that Abra getting in the mix here, Puka. Another nice use for the card. We talked about it round 1, day 1. When you play against a single prize deck, having a strong single prize attack option yourself, not too bad.
Yeah, having another Ethan's Adventure nice here as well. That's 2 into the discard pile now. Something like a rare candy could be pretty nice. At this kind of moment, your opponent did not use Badoo's Itchy Pollen. If you can get the first knockout here, try to take a little bit of a lead. Now the board is a little bit fragile at the moment. Not a lot of Ethan's Cyndaquil in play. You actually have to wonder, are some in the prize cards? Because there's only 2 out there.
Yeah, that has to be where we're leaning at this point with the information that we currently have available. Likely a couple of Cyndaquil hiding away. Ultra Ball here for Gavin. We'll discard a couple cards. Looks like a Dreepy goes down. It's always funny to see Dracloak Index, not as a Pokemon that will become your attacker, but just as a draw engine. Recon Directive, you know, outside of that, the Dunsparce we've seen so popular with its runaway draw is one of the best supporting options for many archetypes.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me when Pidgeotto was used in a lot of decks during that Sun and Moon era. No Pidgeot.
Nope.
You just want to use Pidgeotto. Same ability. Much lower HP on that, though. Whoa, Pokemon Catcher.
Not a card I would have necessarily expected to see, and that would have been a huge hit there on the heads. Abra's only got 40 hit points, and with the Risky Ruins that Henry played, he would have been able to get an Ember KO, Gavin Chin, but instead does have Rare Candy and a knockout on the Dreepy. But this is a situation where I think Henry will feel very comfortable.
Yeah, you see the Battle Cage, though, and Henry already played a Stadium card there with the Risky Ruins, maybe a little bit aggressively. And, you know, these Dragapult decks don't play that many Stadium cards these days, maybe 2, 3 at the most. And if you already play one preemptively to generate some damage, then your opponent plays a Battle Cage. It might be to find another Stadium to get that Battle Cage out of play. When it is in play, it does stop the damage counters on the bench Pokemon from Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive. But look at that. Henry's got it anyway.
He's got it anyway, indeed. And he's also got a Monkey Dory and a Crispin. Another card limited by the Battle Cage is the Adrenabrain Monkey Dory, but now free to bounce some damage counters over to the bench. And is there enough damage in play where Henry's going to be able to clear both of these Pokemon out of play? Kyle, 40 damage on the Ethan's Quilava is going to lead to a KO. Only a Dracloak left in play, and sure enough, as you pointed out, Gavin Chin with 2 Cyndaquil prized. Very unfortunate.
Yikes. It's already a tough enough matchup sometimes, and yeah, one of the things you really need with that deck is just a lot of Ethan Cyndaquil in play. Once you start to get like 3, then you're comfortable. When you have all 4, you feel great, but you know, there's 2 in the prize cards. It's really tough, and that is one of the decks that actually does play a redeemable ticket to try to kind of reset your prize cards, but you're not always able to find it when you need it.
Yeah, Ethan's Typhlosion and B-Drill, it seems like the redeemable ticket is 2 decks where that card has found its home. Yeah, tough break there for Gavin with the prize cards, but as called out, it is a pretty solid matchup, I would say, for the Dragapult. The Ethan's Typhlosion just has to work so much harder to keep up.
Yeah. That being said, I'm sure, you know, Gavin has beaten many Dragapult decks to get here, right? There's no way you got this far in NAIC without running into a few Dragapult decks. So.
48% of the day 2 meta field.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, crazy to see. Oh, man, now we're so close, Chip, to starting our top cut. And as you mentioned, we do have Tord Reklev in another top cut here at NAIC. Of course, he won the very first North America International Championships. He's gotten second place before. You've said it many times, the greatest performer across international championships in Pokemon TCG history. So it will be a treat to see him once again. I think we're going to take a quick break, though. Maybe take a look into Tord's journey throughout his Pokemon TCG career.
Tord Reklev, easily one of the biggest names in the game.
Tord, one of the greatest players of all time.
He's done this on the international stage so many times now.
Basically his entire life just living and breathing Pokemon TCG.
My first big major win generally was NAIC in 2017. I played Trampa GX with Garbodor. I had a very unique build, like a twist. I played 4 Apelele GX. It gave me a pretty huge advantage. It's funny because I always thought I was pretty good at the game. With every passing year, I feel like I've become so much better. I feel much stronger now as a player, but it's just so much more difficult to succeed in this super competitive era we're in now with thousands of players entering every event.
The biggest regional championship so far in the history of the Pokemon trading card game.
I had a pretty high ambition goal this season, and that was to be the highest ranked player in the world. It's really ambitious. I have gotten it before. I had a season where I got like 2 ICU wins and a final, so it was like impossible to catch up. Always realizing how much more I'm able to push myself. It's just very exciting. I've been struggling a little bit to close out events. Towards the end stages of the event, I'm just so tired, and I'm already, so far. This is like kind of good enough. It's something I say to myself mentally. Maybe that's been holding me back a little bit. It's definitely all about balance. If you play Pokemon 20 hours a day and you barely sleep, then you're still not gonna make it. You obviously need to take care of yourself. That's something I try to be better at. I'm getting older, so it makes sense. You're never done improving. You can always level up. It's not like in the games where you can only get to level 100. There's definitely a barrier many players enter where they feel that they kind of have done everything they can, and what's holding them back now is just variance and luck. But if you think that, then you kind of already lost.
Boston's orders! The crowd going insane.
My brain hurts, Jeremy.
The finals felt pretty difficult after the fact. It was actually quite a back and forth. I have a mix of emotions right now. It feels really nice being crowned a champion again. It's actually been a little while. Last time I actually won a big event was UIC in 2024. I got really close a few times, so it feels really good winning. So far I had an incredible season. Very happy with where it's headed. Everyone else is getting better and better, and Worlds is the event everyone is really prepping for. That's where everything is on the line. It was a pretty rough loss in the Worlds final, but I didn't play completely optimal either. There was a couple things I could have done better, and that could potentially have changed the outcomes. There always is. No one is perfect. It would be insane to have Worlds finals with us here. If we play the finals, no matter which one of us won, it would be, history. The coolest thing possible would be to get Jason Plesinski to play again. Probably not very realistic. That would probably make for the best show possible. It would be nice just to have that final thing crossed off the list and being able to say that you did on like every front of competition in the game. But even if I never get there, I feel like I'm very fortunate to have been able to travel so much, accomplish so much, get so many friends, and experience the game. I'll keep playing Pokemon as long as the competitive circuit exists. I'll still be there, even if, you know, I'm like 50, 60, getting like really old and playing poorly. I'll still be there having fun, you know?
Phase 2 all but in the books here in New Orleans as we whittle down the competition to just a few players remaining. The action continues on the TCG side of things. Ethan Heggie alongside Emily Foreman as we will figure out which 2 players advance to Championship Sunday.
Like you said, Ethan, phase 2 is all over, and now it's just going to be a little bit of time to determine which players are going to be making it into our top cut. There's always a little bit of mystery around how many match points it takes to get into that top cut. Could be around 35, we're thinking here in the back, but a lot of variety in different decks that actually made it to that 35 match points.
Some surprises, some expected. Of course, Dragapult EX will be making an appearance in Top Cut. Shocker. I know, ladies and gentlemen, please hold on to your seats. Please remain calm. We may be seeing Dragapult EX have a deep run, or we may be seeing some other variety of decks as we figure out what the math looks like. The information of players and decks, we'll be sharing that as we get into our Top Cut.
Absolutely, and it's not just Dragapult EX going to be in the top cut, Ethan, especially because throughout today we've really kind of seen Dragapult sometimes actually take the back foot here to different styles of decks. It's really going through that narrative of Dragapult versus the world, especially with that crystal mirror that we saw a little bit earlier. But honestly, Ethan, my favorite match of the day so far is going to be Yuho, actually.
Yuho has had an excellent run, a very favorable last couple of matchup, played into a Crustle and had a very easy time making work of that matchup, despite such a great attacker into a single prize Pokemon that does have that walling ability. Did play against Caleb Rogerson the last round. That was an intentional draw, so both players now sitting at 35 match points respectively. Rahul taking that intentional draw with Miguel, also going to 35 match points. Same thing with James and Abon. So those 6 players looking to be locked up. We saw John Webb take the win, advancing to 36 match points. He's more than safe, guaranteed almost in that top cut as well. And there were the matches that happened out in the field. Hale with that Crustle deck was unable to beat Nettie, who advanced to 36 match points. Justin Newdorf played against Taichi Shimada, 2 world's class players, 2 players that were always the bridesmaid, never the bride, second place at their respective world championships. And it was Justin Newdorf who came out on top.
Yeah, absolutely, Ethan. And I think one of the only players, and dare I say the only player to make it through to 36 match points, technically undefeated, is going to be Rahul Reddy. And you were talking about bridesmaids and not brides. That is the definition of a bridesmaid and never the bride, unfortunately, for Rahul, getting second place in Indianapolis a couple weeks ago. But now here at NAIC, perfectly positioned to potentially make the run to become a champion.
It's really going to come down to that bracket. You saw Rahul have an easy time making it to the finals thanks to playing against multiple Dragapult EX decks. There are copies of this card, variants of this deck in the top cut. But matchups are on the horizon for these players, especially when every win you get gives you that much more prize money, those much more championship points, and more stakes on the line for each.
Ah, tá bem aí, eu sei.
You just never really know what you are going to
Morreu bem na frente,
sit
não.
across the table from it. Now, granted, at this point,
Ah.
most of the players in top cut
It's fine,
know
it's
exactly
fine.
what
On the
they
side
are
there now,
sitting
filho.
across from, right? The players can kind of loom around if they have time after their matches to really kind of see what their competitors are playing. But the deck diversity within this asymmetrical top cut, Ethan, is actually just more than Dragapult here.
Yeah, of course, we'll have the full details once everything is confirmed, assuming that 35 match points or more variant, or threshold rather, is met. You do need to make sure there are 8 or more players at that value. If there's 7 players at 35 match points and that 8th player has 34, then it lets everybody at that same match point threshold in. We're going to see how many players are at 35 or more match points, and then they'll play that asymmetrical top cut till we get to 8 players.
I know for me, Ethan, every single time people are talking about match points and win percentages, I get really stressed out. So I tend not to think about how many match points it takes to get to, you know, cut at a cup. or anything like that. So it's just focusing on doing your best every single match that you can, taking the wins as you can find them. But still, I mean, a very exciting weekend, honestly, for every deck but Dragapult. And even then, I actually think Dragapult Blaziken was the deck that was kind of creeping all the way up to the front. Why do you think players were kind of valuing Blaziken now more so than what we've seen in the past?
Does two things very well. Number one, it helps mitigate the disruptive power of Crushing Hammer, allowing you to bring those energy cards back and attach them to your Pokemon. You get multiple energy attachments, you can have these really big swing turns. And the second thing is, you kind of have some nice coverage in terms of typing with that Blaziken EX. There's some metal Pokemon running
Por fora
around.
hoje?
There's grass-type Pokemon that don't love to see
Não, o
big
Jill.
one-hit KOs from Blaziken EX. A lot of very nice type coverage, and you can deal with Lily's Clefairy very nicely.
I think one of the big things as well is that going into the weekend, the big part of Stadium Wars that we were talking about, many players now playing multiple copies of Team Rocket's Watchtower as well to turn off the Dunsparce and that runaway draw. But the thing is, the more Team Rocket's Watchtowers that come in the deck, that means players are going to be dissuaded from putting in that Dunsparce EX that could get through Crustle. So that's the weird part about going into these weekends, is that, you know, sometimes you go with one archetype and you kind of wish you hit the other.
Let's take a look at the meta for Phase 2, see how things developed out. Cover once more Dragapult EX's dominance. 48% of the field, out of 675 players. A lot of variety as well, 22% other decks not shown on the graphic at this point. But Zoroark seems to have been the most consistent.
Gil totalmente antissocial. O parente eu entendo. Fechou? Fechou. Faltava pouco. Porque ontem eu tava já de saco cheio, já eu fechei, né? Mas tava tipo 1 hora de zerar, eu joguei 1 horinha, hoje fechei.
I think a lot of players would have been dissuaded from playing the slow king here, and because of the results from Turin last week with Shaman coming into the format, but still a lot of players have actually found a way to beat out Shaman, or even calling the bluff of certain players, not even putting Shaman back in the list.
Alakazam is the biggest deck on this list that just seems to have not been able to face the music and step up. It had a decent amount of representatives going into the day. Some started out fairly well, but it just feels like maybe some of these other variants were able to adapt to Alakazam's win in Indianapolis, tweak their counts a little bit. We saw Carter and Rahul adjust their list to have more ways to deal with the hand size with hand trimmers, Erosic's machinations. Players are a lot more savvy to Alakazam's position in the meta, may have been able to respond to it a lot better for this event.
Absolutely, Ethan. I think just the kind of appeal of playing these single prize decks is that they kind of offset those 2-2-2 prize races for a lot of the decks going into a Dragapult EX, especially because Dragapult Dusknoir, while yes, a lot of top players felt like that was going to be the play this weekend, ended up kind of converting all the way back to that Blaziken to cover, like you said, the energy loss with Crushing Hammer. So it's so interesting to see that without Dusknoir, these single prize decks actually find their way back into the meta.
Teal Mask Ogerpon EX still with a representative in the top cut, it seems, almost. Of course, we did just see that on the last match, getting the win. See if that has the chance to bring everything home. A little bit of the best of the rest. A representative in top cut here almost. It seems that Lily's Clefairy toolbox with the Lily's Pearl just going all in on that attacking pressure from the Lily's Clefairy while reducing it and having it almost act as a one prize Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly right. And you think of so many times you put down these big 2 prize or even 3 prize Pokemon, and one tool card being that Lily's Pearl really offsets how you want to go about getting those prize cards. I mean, Ethan, you want to talk about the Stadium Wars a little bit earlier. I mean, the amount of times that Jamming Tower was in a lot of these lists before the Dunsparce and Runaway Draw really kind of took over the meta here. Now players are wishing that they put the Jamming Tower back in because, of course, Lily's Clefairy EX and that Full Moon Rondo can really scale super high.
It's looking like a lot of Dragapult EX. Quick correction. Teal Mask Ogerpon seems to just be the only variant in cut will be James Kowalski, of course. We saw him have a super solid start. Meganium not going to be making an appearance, unfortunately, as it seems, but plenty of other grass-type Pokemon really finding their way into the meta.
That's what you
Nem
gotta
mexe.
expect for, right? I mean, with Zoroark EX still and it looking like it does make a cut here, just kind of have to hope that the bracket doesn't align against you, where you kind of hit your automatic type weakness as well.
Some players having excellent runs to start the day and end the day out. We saw Ross Cawthon featured on stream yesterday, made it all the way to 35 match points with Slowking. He is probably the most trusted representative. If I had to pick one player piloting that deck...
Esse é o importante, Regin. Tem que ser assim. Todo mundo deveria ser mais assim, tá ligado? Nossa, eu já perdi mal vontade de jogar tal coisa. Tem como jogar? Tem, joga, tá ligado? Esse fica cogitando, não joga porra nenhuma, tá ligado?
You know, Ethan, I would also pick the player with the most
Tá certo, com vontade, jogue.
represent a deck that can be flying under the radar, but that's something that Ross tends to also do extremely well. But we got to talk about it, right? I mean, James Kowalski, 37 match points, like you had said, with the Lily's Clefairy box. Only player with 37 match points. I mean, my goodness, how do you think he's made it work?
Oh, eu imaginei.
Surrounded by the Rocket's watchtower, shutting down so many of your support Pokemon.
It's tough. Sometimes you just open with the pieces you need. There are a lot of complex strategies and complex deck ideas in the Pokemon TCG.
Eu dou uma parada de jogar offline, tem que voltar. Pode apertar os botões de boa que ele tá sem pilha, caso for limpar. Tá bom, caso for limpar, eu até falei, pode apertar um de boa, porque ele nem tá com pilha, ele não vai ligar. Não corre o risco. Não, é só poema mesmo. Só poema, eu dei um. Eu joguei umas 3 vezes e foi muito update que eu comprei. Não, mesmo que eu não jogue, é bom. Mesmo que eu não jogue ele com frequência, é bom ter. Eu saiba, acho que esse aqui tá com um pouco. Passa em cima dele. Esse aqui tá com boa.
Não, eu tô jogando.
Não precisa mais não. De pó não precisa mais nada. A ideia está dentro da coisa, então não tem como pegar pó. Tá dentro da case dele.
Mas daí quando for
Ah não, mas tem que dar uma geral em tudo. Eu teria que sair daqui. Espero eu sair daqui se for fazer isso.
Posso depois. Aqui eu falei.
Sim.
For stacking up damage counters no matter which way you look at it, but still being able to draw cards in the Pokemon trading card game, especially when Unfair Stamp is going to be the A-spec of choice for many of these players, just feels like the most reliable way, at least to try and get yourself out of a weird sticky hand.
Emily, for some brownie points, we know some of the players will most likely be seeing in Top Cut. We know some of the decks. You want to make a prediction? Think about what's going to go the distance. No bias, no judgment.
Well, Raging Bolt isn't in the top cut, Ethan,
listen,
so
we can't all have cake and ice cream
there is no bias for me. I mean, I would love to see James Kowalski go all the way. I think it just makes the most amount of sense for his storyline here, creating a deck and then piling it all the way to that top cut. I mean, I still have to kind of cheer for, and just the amount of players that I'm
Tudo é muito bugado pra mostrar comentário agora, velho. Se a pessoa comenta dentro de um tópico, né? Que tipo, um comentário você responde vai abrir no tópico, né? Não notifica mais, velho. Aí às vezes a pessoa comenta em algum vídeo, em algum tópico e acha que eu ignorei ela, mas a bosta do bagulho não notifica mais. Já foi bom, YouTube. Já foi bom, mas faz tempo isso aí.
If you asked each player in the top cut, each representative, how much experience and how many games they have against this deck, they may
not have the experience necessary to play optimally in such a big, high-stakes match.
And you want to talk about experience, why not talk about Yuho's experience as an international champion as well, taking home LAIC a couple seasons ago at this point with also a weird deck, right? Really pivoting into Iron Hands EX, which I know many players missed, that just recently rotated, and that Dynamotor Flaffy, which is still technically in format in the form of an electric, but still, without Iron Hands taking multiple prizes, just doesn't make sense. There's no good lightning right now that you could really get kind of going.
Things are building up. We're just getting everything finalized. Appreciate everyone's patience at home as we tally up the players, get everything ready. This will be an open deck list top cut, so one advantage that these players do have is knowing the counts of cards. This is where skill expression can truly come in, right? Knowing how many things like boss's orders your opponent has, knowing how many switching and recovery cards allows you to have that little bit of extra edge if you know how to make more calculated risks in the Pokemon TCG.
And especially with only one Crustal player having 35 match points here, that's actually pretty useful for a lot of these Dragon Ball players who were really hoping not to hit Crustal, at least with the Sigh of Release. But you know, at least Juho is actually really looking forward to playing Crustal because Spidops can just hit right through it.
Well, as we're waiting for our top cut to be finalized, let's hear from Chip out on the floor with what's going on in our tournament.
Thank you, Ethan and Emily. Yes, out here on the floor where things are starting to thin out a little bit. Still plenty of people back here playing, but the tournament itself for over 3,500 players has concluded, and the crowd begins to congregate forward towards the stage as the biggest matches of the weekend are about to get underway. We have our top cut set. 11 trainers remain in the Masters division with a chance to become the international champion, and so many incredible storylines are developing. We've got all-time greats like Ross Cawthon in his first ever international championships top cut. We've got Tord Reklev, 5-time international champion, competing. We've got Juho Kalama, the winner of the Latin American International Championships just a few seasons ago. So much to play for so many of those players. And we'll take a look now at our 11-player bracket, breaking it down to see what the path may look like for each of these trainers into top cut. And yes, there is 11 trainers represented here, with 5 already moving forward into top 8. We do have a handful that need to play for their spot in top 8. Caleb and Juho, Aban and Ross facing off, and then up at the top, Miguel and Tord. So many incredible names. James Kowalski has been leading the charge, though, into this top cut. He is our first seed entering here with his own unique creation. Lily's Clefairy, Mega Kangaskhan, Meowth, all about the consistency, all about using the most powerful EX Pokemon in the format. And then, of course, we've got Crustle. Down at the bottom there, we see Rahul Reddy. He has been a big advocate for this deck. He just got second place at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, and he has taken it into back-to-back top cuts, and he looks to finally claim a title. He has competed for so long. He has been in the finals. He's been in the semifinals, but has yet to hoist that champion trophy. Will this weekend finally be his time? And for so many other players here, a great opportunity to close things out. John Webb, who we saw on our win-in, and he will be playing against Justin Neudorf there in the middle of the bracket in top 8. And John has only played a couple tournaments this year. Said he's just been playing at his local store, hasn't gotten out to any majors. Should he beat Justin Neudorf, he will earn his Worlds invite. He'll have come into this weekend with no championship points, and he'll walk away with his Worlds invite with just one single match. Incredible stories to follow. I cannot wait to see how they will unfold, and we're going to see so much of the action here tonight. We will be broadcasting many of these matches, including both semifinal matches, as we set in stone this evening who will be competing in that finals match on Championship Sunday.
Chip, you see it all laid out in front of you. Plenty more Pokemon TCG left to play. 11 representatives in the top cut. Some players have already locked up their top 8. A little bit more fight for a few. Some big matches really determining what happens in this bracket. As we look all the way at the bottom, Aban Ahmed against Ross Cawthon, Slowking against Dragapult, and Rahul, I'm sure, is rooting for a certain someone to win that top 16 match.
I mean, you can only imagine, Ethan, right? Just the fear in Aban. But still, I mean, you want to talk about Aban. Aban had this crazy start of the season and then kind of faded into the background a little bit. I mean, got his Worlds invite, I would say, probably the first player to get that Worlds invite. So did have at least the luxury to sit back, but then still came into that Pittsburgh regional, the first North American regional, and got second as well. So Aban, while yes, playing that Dragapult DX, you know, and it's getting him a lot of mileage, you know, Ross knows that matchup to and fro with or without Shaman.
Welcome in Pablo as well, joining us on this side of things. Any matches sticking out to you in our bracket?
I mean, I'm definitely partial to Miguel. He's had an outstanding season so far, doing well at the Mexico Regionals and doing well at the Houston Regional Championship as well, losing that heartbreaking final. So back here and up against, of course, the final boss of international championships, Tor Dreklev. Really looking forward to how that plays out. And I mean, what a combination of like long-time players, of course, high caliber players, and then new possible stars in the making.
It feels like every event gets bigger and bigger, but the same similar group of names continue to show up and showcase why they are the best in the business. Got so many different players here. Caleb Rogerson has been in that top 16 race. Talked to him earlier this weekend, asked how he was feeling and what placement he was looking for. I said, what do you need to lock up a top 16 invite? He said, yeah, you know, probably a top 32 at cash, but yeah, I really am just looking to make top cut at this weekend. He stayed composed, he stayed locked in. He's been playing a very similar deck list throughout this tournament and throughout the last couple of formats with Dragapult EX to Dunsparce, finding his success and finding his comfort, showing that having a pet deck can really pay off in the TCG.
Absolutely, Ethan. I think Chip alluded to it on the floor, but let's allude to it now. The big difference between placing in the top cut at regionals versus an international championships, if you make it to those semifinals, you get an automatic invite. The top 4 players from this international tournament will be locking an invite to that World Championship, and sometimes it even comes down to getting to that semifinals. Now granted, I mean, this is some of the best players that we have in the Pokemon trading card game, but still, I mean, getting a nice little chunk of cash, because these international tournaments do pay out a little bit more than a regional or a special championship. I mean, for you, Pablo, wouldn't you just be going for first anyway?
Yeah, that's precisely the point that I was gonna make. Direct invites are, of course, something that is very enticing, right? And someone like John is probably eyeing up that possibility. Then we have other players on the completely other side of the spectrum, like Ross Cawthon, Tor Dreklev, even Justin Newdorf, a much younger player than them, but still hungry for that title, right? They want that first place. Ross said it in his interview himself. It's either first place or nothing, right? He secured his World's invite. He's here for the glory.
So much on the line for these competitors. Let's not forget that those players who have already qualified for the World Championships who make it to the semifinals will have an extra invite bumped down. So not taking invitations away from anyone. So you've got to be feeling for those players right on the cusp of the invite threshold, that what seems to be 700 and change championship points, maybe crossing their fingers, hoping for certain somebodies to win their top cut matches.
Yeah, ever since the Pokemon trading card game moved into this top 135 Masters, it is really exciting for the people who are outside of the race to really watch, and it is absolutely horrifying for people who are still in the race, right? But we saw this a little bit last week in Turin as well, players just kind of waiting to see. And sometimes the difference, Ethan, between going from having an invite versus not is a matter of about 23 points. That's something that you can get by going to your locals.
I mean, standings for NAIC have all but finalized, right? We still have top cut to play for, but everyone else who's trying to figure out whether they made it in or were kept out can probably figure it out by now. I'm sure there's many people doing the maths at the moment, looking up people and where they finished, and that final list for all of the regions, right, as we had participation from everyone here, is probably something that's going to be on top of everyone's minds, especially the people that you mentioned who are right on the edge, right on the cusp, and possibly relying on someone else's results to see whether they still made it in or were just barely left out.
I asked this question to Emily Pavlo. I'll pose it back to you once more. We know our 11 representatives have a lot of history with some of these players, some, of course, new to us, all alike. Who do you think is going to take it home? I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but...
No bias either.
No bias?
Well, no judgment. Bias, we can have a talk about. No judgment, you know, whoever you say, you know.
All right, so my main thing here is that Dragapult has such a big target on its head that every other deck that isn't Dragapult in this top cut, obviously all of these players have played so much against Dragapult and are confident against the Dragapult matchup, right? So I'm generally gonna root for Slowking. It feels like the most varied deck, the most fun deck, and seeing Ross Cawthon walk away with an international win, that would be something for the history books.
I think this might be Tord's event again. Ooh. Look at this bracket for Tord. Look at what decks are in place. 6 Dragapult, all great matchups. Slowking can be a little bit difficult. It can be tough. You do have Yveltal as an option against that matchup. You know, some of these lists are playing some switching cards, but being mindful and knowing the counts in your opponent's deck make Yveltal a lot scarier when you can make aggressive plays. Your opponent maybe just has one switch in their deck. They have to play that switch, and now all of a sudden, Latios becomes a clear target, and that risk factor completely goes away.
Well, Ethan, I am going to counteract your point, and I am still rooting for James Kowalski to take it all the way home with just a homebrew, a big basics, just going all the way, constant aggression. I believe in the turn 2 Wellspring Ogre Pond, no matter what. We'll see how exactly he's going to be able to handle some of these Dragapults, but especially that Crustle, if it comes into play, because Rahul is pretty much an automatic loss for James.
They are on the opposite sides of the bracket, so I'm sure James is maybe giving a little bit of a sigh of relief, not having to worry about that. We'll look again, you can see all the way at the top, all the way at the bottom. They did, of course, pair up earlier in the Swiss rounds. So we are getting things ready, getting things up and excited for our top cut matches. Really have to give props to all these players. These tournaments become more and more difficult. Remember when X21 made cut at these events? Remember when there were 1 or 2 less Swiss rounds at some of these tournaments? Now you cannot afford to take more than a single loss if you want to try and make these tournaments, assuming you have no ties along the way.
Yep, I am very old, Ethan. I do remember those times when X21 was good enough. I remember when Top Cut started at about noon, more or less. So yeah, the size of these tournaments really is a testament to like these players, many of them continuous repeats, continuously doing well throughout a season, the stamina that is required these days. I mean, we saw it in the Tord preview video right before we started this segment, right? Tord spoke about how he's knackered at the end of the day after so many rounds. So that mental fortitude, the stamina that is required to do well, not just that staying on top of things in every single game, but just holding on throughout the whole day at a high level is generally very, very impressive.
I'm sure, Pablo, you're not old, you're just seasoned in the game. It is totally fine. But I know for you, because you've been in the game for so long, not only as a caster, but of course a premier player as well, it must feel very interesting to go through and, like you were saying, starting Top Cut at 12 to now going all the way up to using giant convention centers and seeing thousands of players walk through the door.
Yes, I have been at a world championship in the basement of a hotel, and I've been at a world championship that features the whole city like it did in Yokohama, right? So it's amazing how the game has grown. It's very exciting how these international tournaments almost feel like a preview or a prelude to the world championship. And yeah, I'm just very happy to have basically seen it all throughout the evolution of the Play Pokemon program.
Breaking news coming in right now. We have confirmation of our stream match that we will be featuring, and what a match this will be. Aban Ahmed up against Ross Cawthon, old versus new. This is going to be an exciting matchup to see if Dragapult EX can truly be taken down by an off-meta deck that is Slowking.
I know, Pablo, we are going to play to your favorite deck here to win, and it will be Ross, like you had mentioned. And as we talked about just a little bit, I mean, Ethan, Aban with the craziest start of the season, right, was probably over 1,000 championship points within the first, 2 months of the season, and then kind of taking a back seat really to it all, and then coming back at NAIC and saying, you know what, I still got it. I don't need to place top cut in every single one of these regionals. I'll let some of you guys get a win.
This North American group was one of the big reward reapers of Gardevoir EX at the beginning of the season. Tons of championship points earned. Him, Henry Chow, and the whole squad really showcasing how powerful that deck is. And now that it's rotated and it's no longer a deck for them to be used, it seems that all of them have shifted to putting the time into Dragon Ball EX, and it is finally paying off as Aban Ahmed is just a few matches away for finding that big finish at an international championship he's truly looking for.
I remember an interview with Lucas Zing back in Los Angeles Regionals where he said, well, it's just Dragapult and it's the best deck in format, so I'm just going to play it, right? And that was the thing with Gardevoir as well. It completely countered Dragapult pretty well. I won't bring it up too much, Ethan. I don't want you getting emotional about Gardevoir here. I know, I'm sorry. But still, I mean, when a good player plays a good deck, you are going to get good results, right? It's just a nice, simple equation for you. And still Aban coming through, still having over 1,000 championship points, going up against Ross as well. It's going to be for the glory instead of for that invite.
So much dynamics in this matchup. We'll have to break down the list changes here for Aban. Was playing a very interesting card inclusion, and something to talk about a little bit this weekend is the response to the grass-type Pokemon in the metagame. We saw Moltres make an appearance in some decks, but him and his group came to a slightly different inclusion, instead playing that Chi-Yu as a response. Seems to have worked out pretty well for him this weekend, still having some sort of a way to deal with Pokemon, and it almost acts as a Crustle counter as well.
It definitely works out pretty well, and it feels like Chi-Yu has been a tech card for a very long time across multiple generations and sets that we've had now. Chi-Yu with that Ground Melter attack, I believe 60 plus and more if a stadium is in play, and you know that's exactly what is going to be used here to try and counteract some of these Academy at Nights. But Ethan, let's just get the bad news out of the way now. Does Aban play a Shaman or not?
We'll leave you all in the suspense to figure out if that's what the case is. Can't give away too much information. It is still open deck lists, so they'll have the time to look at the lists, see what is going on, figure out what the best approach is. We've seen even without a Shaman in the list, it's no guarantee of the matchup. You know, Trifrost is an available tool that cure him, one of the most powerful attacks in the game. You essentially have always had to cheat it out in some form, whether it be Regidrago V-Star or using this Slow King to copy it. Sometimes, you know, Colress's Experiment or a Colress's Tenacities in the discard pile, and you can use it the intended way with that ability. But if that's not the case, gotta find some other way to use it. Discarding all energy attached to you, but dealing 110 damage to 3 different Pokemon. Spread attacks, so powerful in the Pokemon TCG.
And not even just discarding all of the energy, because Slowpoke and Slowking tend to play that boomerang energy as well, so you can actually get an energy attachment back every single time you Trifrost as well. So there are ways to really kind of keep the deck flowing. It's really about shutting off the resources, right? Being able to get a attacker into the discard and then having it stay there essentially, right? That's why some of these Night Stretchers being prized are very scary. But the thing is about Slowking, you can get around finding an attack not just from Academy at Night, but using Cypher Maniac's code breaking to move your desired attacker up to the top of the deck.
Stadium cards, a big inclusion for these players as well. Things like Team Rocket's Watchtower. That card can always disrupt this deck. Boomerang energy, finding a way in this Slowking build. We've seen a lot of different attackers. Rosses seem to have taken a more standard approach. Metagross, we saw, of course, the Lily's Clefairy, and another card that will definitely be impactful is that Brave Bangle. How important that extra 30 damage is cannot be described, cannot be impacted more enough to get that one-hit KO on Dragapult EX. Aban, I'm sure, is going to do everything he can to make it as difficult as possible for those Slowkings to fire off impactful attacks.
And speaking of taking out Dragapults, the one card that feels mandatory in a lot of deck lists right now is that Lily's Clefairy EX. Now, Now, granted, yes, if you're able to find that Brave Bangle, you can just take that knockout, but of course, it is a psychic type of Pokemon, so the telepathic energy is actually really useful in the deck to be able to sift that out. You can use Wondrous Patch to power it up if all things go wrong. Granted, it is a 2-prizer, Ethan, and it will get automatically knocked out by a Phantom Dive because it only has 190 hit points. But because of that, right, being able to at least move around your attackers just in case you run out of resources to stop seeking inspiration.
Anticipation building for this match. We'll see who advances to the top 8, and of course, keep you all updated on what's happening on the other side of the bracket. Some interesting matchups still to come. Zoroark EX does have to take down Dragapult at the top of the bracket, as James patiently awaits which matchup he will be playing. We'll see all this unfold today and see who our 2 finalists become.
I mean, Ethan, it's so exciting, right? We don't even get to finish the tournament today. Tomorrow, there is just one match for the Masters, and it is going to be the finals. But also what's really exciting as well is we get to actually see our younger divisions as well. We do get our juniors finals and our seniors finals as well there too. And what's really fun about the younger divisions is they tend to have a completely different meta sometimes. I mean, at EUIC, we did see the Mega Kangaskhan with the Curly Wall Bouffalante there. So that's really exciting to kind of see what potentially makes it through.
After all the waiting, we are finally ready. Ladies and gentlemen, top cut, asymmetric, ready for the showing. Let's throw it down to the stage and get into one of the biggest matches of the tournament.
Super excited to see this one, Ethan. And of course, you know what it is already. And these players already know what it is already as well. Aban Ahmed, 8th ranked globally in terms of championship points. That first regional of the season in Monterrey in the LATAM regional championship. His best IC performance was actually a top 32. So this is already just going on another plaque of accomplishment for Aban. He has not played against the Slow King yet this tournament, Ethan. This might be a really weird wake-up call.
No Shaman in the list for Aban. Both players getting the opportunity to, before this top cut match started, check out their opponent's deck list, see all of the cards, go from there and trying to, in their head, construct the best possible strategy on how to best defeat the other deck.
Well, you got to talk about Ross's accomplishments as well, Ethan. I mean, just this one line alone, the fact that he has the record for the most amount of invites to the World Championship speaks for himself. This is going to at least match his last great finish at an international at OCIC in 2017, almost 10 years ago, of that top 16. But here's the real stat that I think the people want to know. He's currently 6-0-2, so that's 6 wins, 0 losses, and 2 ties against Dragapult variants this tournament. Has not taken a loss yet to Dragapult. We'll see if Ross is going to be able to continue on.
Will be an uphill battle for Aban. Absolutely. Lots of interesting cards. Take a look at the deck list. Make sure they note this is something new for Ross. He's used to just having to go off intuition going into these top cut matches. It's so dangerous to have a seasoned player like him gain even more information to conduct and put together powerful strategies on how to take down his opponent's deck.
It's one thing that is very interesting about Aban's deck is he is playing this 1-1-1 line of the Abracadabra and Alakazam. Yes, the one that you know and love with that powerful hand attack. And granted, when you think about it, Ethan, right? Because the amount of cards that players draw, I mean, it's a great single prize attacker that can actually get you some cheeky wins here and there.
Bom, vazando aqui, galera. A hora que for perto do horário do jogo da Copa, eu entro lá no Discord. A gente streama lá, a gente assiste, beleza? Valeu, gente. Obrigadão aí. Não sei se amanhã eu streamo. Acho que talvez sim, né? Porque eu não sei o que eu vou jogar ainda. Não sei, não tô no feeling de só abrir e jogar. Tá ligado? Assim eu abro pra mim. E é isso. Beleza? Valeu. Até mais.